midnight glory, heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud. Future kings standing on their throne, checking the charts with their AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every trade home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, tracking the charts. Midnight glory. Sanctuary in awe, it's blending. Mind on fire, never ending. Dreams of gold, relentless fight. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night.
What's up, friends? Good morning. What's going on with the market right now? What y'all do with the market? Looks like it's selling off a little bit. Friday morning, news stuff. Sorry, I'm being late here. Hold on 1 second. All right. Okay. Gotta get my posts in here. What's up, friends? Smash the like button. First thing you do, you know the drill. All right. Hey guys, what's up? All right, let me get everything started here. Welcome to the stream, friends. It's Friday morning. Sorry for the delay there. I had to go drop the new car off at the dealership so I can put the wrap on it. The old paint protection film. Panic sell. What's up, guys? I'm reading all your chat this morning. Hey. It's sold because you went long. Oh, no. Oh, no. We'll take a look what happened, friends. Good morning. Welcome to the stream. Smash that like button, please. Daily prop giveaways as always. Down in there. Hey, let me do a little poll here. All right. Y'all are in the boot camp. I told you my play last night. I was going long right out the door. That was going to be my trade there. And that worked really well last night. I'm going to cut that out. My got like 100 points of that, and I cut out and went to bed, and things turned out awesome. It's 1750 today. 3 trader price shift fund. It's here's Paul. Hit the like button. Don't forget to say something in chat. Say hello. Welcome, guys. Like your class. I'm a great instructor. I really appreciate that. I do have a passion for teaching. I used to actually teach at university for a little bit, right when I was in college. I loved it. Taught engineering classes for 2 years. And I just enjoyed it. I enjoyed taking complex topics and connecting with people and explaining something and seeing somebody go, oh, I get it now. That's always that was a high that like drugs can replace. I like to have a way of explaining things in a very elegant sense, like the way Einstein used to do it. He could explain his concepts and make people laugh while teaching you. All right, here we go. Cool. All right, so it looks like we are at MHP. Oh, do I want to risk it? All right, so last night I made a trade right out the door. When I told you guys at boot camp, the overnight trades, people were like, God, Matt shows up to the stream overnight. If you're in the boot camp, I talk about my play. That's a perk of that. You get to be part of my thought process and see what it is I'm going to do. Hold on. Let me log into this here. Is this the big sell-off day? Are we crashing today? Are we at... Being loaded up here, 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 here. All right. We have fallen to MHP pre-market. Oh, okay. You're waiting for DD lower? Should we? Yeah. This was last night. Oops, let me zoom in here. So funded next world record balance, my own account. So I'm about 20K in the green at the start. All right, guys, great stream. Thanks for tuning in. I'm going to take off. I'm done. Yesterday was extremely simple. I explained my entire trade plan. Remember my enthusiasm in boot camp? I go, oh, that's fantastic. We're right at MHP. I'm long at the open, immediately at the open, and buy the dip. Long at the open, bought the dip, boom, boom, and then chilled. Went shopping, mall. Peeked at my phone at some point. I think it was here, and I was closed out. Like right when we had this giant peak and that red candle, I think here I was like, yeah, I'm gonna close out. Yeah, I mean, I took the long because we opened at MHP. It's such a deciding factor. And yesterday I spent all day telling people today was going to move. So the price action yesterday, today is going to be a deciding move day. Something's going to happen. It's going to try to move. No more flat day. It's going to break. It's Friday. VIX was starting to pick up some steam at the end of the day. That kind of flip-flop around. People were jumping into Russell yesterday when everything else was kind of selling off a little bit. So you know the appetite was extremely bullish. So right when we close, I mean, all these little wicks to hold us flat. And then finally we opened at MHP. The goal was I'm going to jump in pretty hard. I had 8 contracts here and I think 10 contracts in here. Or maybe the other way around. I think this one was 10. That one's 8. Whichever one was smaller was smaller. And so I jumped in, doubled down here, had to stop there, and then I left. And then it just... This is a long up. This is BLU from our liquidity maps. You guys know the drill on that one. Oops, where's it at? BLU, I long at blue, or if orange and blue at the same place, I long at orange and blue and they're at the same place. So that's a pretty simple trade setup. I explained it at my boot camp. I go, I'm going to buy here with a tight stop and get at least 1-to-1, and that's a good trade. Anytime we open it at MHP, I'm always going to take it every single time. 90% of days, I bet we close above it with ideal conditions. 73%, was it, whatever it is, not ideal. Bum, 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 bum. Is the mic cutting out? Or am I good? Why not use trailing stops overnight? Because the trailing stop I actually never use because it's arbitrary. The market is going to move. It's not a bad idea to use a trailing stop, but it's really hard to really get efficiency out of it. I've got a set target, right? And my set target is trying to get 1-to-1 trade at minimum, 40-to-1. It just so happened that whenever I peaked at this. We were like up here, and I was like, oh well, shit, let me just hold on to it. And I just held, let me just see where it goes, whatever. And then it went and went and went and went. Then I saw this, and then it fell to there, and I'm like, okay, that's probably the end. If you put a trailing stop, sure, in a non-volatile environment, you can pick a spot here. Now, what do you pick, right? Well, the trick is the oscillation that you see right there. That distance is the distance you will trail off the low as well. So double the range is a good rule of thumb. But even so, it can lock in some profits at some point, yes. But also, if you don't pick this the right way, you'll cut your trade early all the time. And even if it's, you know, trailing up, a quickie little news event can stop you out as it gets back on path and goes. Usually on trades like this, I set a flat stop and I treat it like all or nothing. I don't try to get some, I try to get all or nothing. So like if I don't get the full 40 points and I'm willing to take 40 points of risk, since my loss doesn't trail whenever I'm losing, I try to make sure I don't rob myself early. So the example would be if I were to use a trailing stop, after I got my 40 points, I would make sure I put in a trailing stop to ensure I got at least that much no matter what. So the hardest part is deciding how far to trail it. So I don't usually use them because tonight would have been the perfect night to use it though. Nice, clean, non-volatile market, sure. Especially overnight when there's not a lot of news. Market's just going to inch around. Better, right? In the daytime, I wouldn't use trailing stops because it doesn't necessarily trend all the time. Overnight, you're not going to have a lot of events or even big volume to move it. So like I said, the trick is how much is this range, right? And that range is how much you want to trail at the bottom. So had I done this all night, it probably would have stopped me out there. Right? And I chose to stop out there. So I got out a little bit better. But not necessarily is that always going to be the case. I also missed out on some more. So it's random whether it helps you or doesn't help you. But it is not a bad idea to use it. If you can ensure the market's non-volatile, it's a great time to use it. Markets are volatile. It's going to rob you as much as it helps you. So get your set points and then get out of the way manually. And if you want, if you believe it's a runner and market's going to rally, then yes, sure, you can use a trailing stop. You just have to make sure you get lucky enough to pick the right range on this. Some days when you're up like this, perfectly. Even this day right here, right? We went up, swept everything, then went up, and then got a little volatile. What would have been the correct number? And that is the hardest part when it comes to a trailing stop, is how much do you trail? Especially when it's choppy and stuff. Like this day right here. You know, this range right here. About this V is the volatility, so that's about how much I would trail. So down here, trail, boom, stop me out. If I'm watching it, I might see this and go, oh, you know what? Let me get out of the way. So I usually think I personally can beat a trailing stop most of the time, but if I'm not looking at it, I could possibly set one. I just don't, because I'm never not looking at it. I'm very just aware right there at the moment. But Grad's a very good question. Very good question. This has been the best education for you, Jaro. Oh, thanks, buddy. I'm glad you're enjoying it. And some of you guys, especially new folks to the boot camp, are clicking with it. It's the process of basic principles is an engineering thing. I told the story in yesterday's boot camp about my final exam in fluids class, how basic principles are the key to any education of a trade skill. You know, you can learn how to use a saw, use a screwdriver, and hammer and nails. But what happens if you need to hammer and nail and you only have a screwdriver? Well, a screwdriver also is a hammer. If you hold it on the other end, you can knock that nail in with the handle pretty easily. And then you're like, oh, well, of course I know my job so well, I can use my tools in any way possible. Because you understand the principle of, blunt object, heavy on the end. I get all of that momentum from swinging the lighter end. I can knock a nail in. I've done this a million times with a hammer. I can do it with anything. And so that kind of mentality was always useful. Because, I got lucky at school. This was a thing I learned at school. We had professors that were like, none of you deserve to be engineers because none of y'all are as smart as we are, but we got to do this anyways because they pay us to teach y'all. So we're going to weed you out because none of y'all deserve this kind of thing. They weren't like, everyone welcome, free degrees. They were like we had one teacher that got banned from teaching. His name was Dr. Krishnamurti, for 5 years because he purposefully flunked almost every student out there because he was trying to be a gatekeeper for the degree. And so most people flunked this class. And so my class, when I got to to sophomore year, like doubled in size almost, because a bunch of the sophomores that were juniors became sophomores. Or when I went to sophomore year, a bunch of people that failed the class had taken my class again with the new teacher. And they happened to end up taking the teacher who gave us the final exam about the Titanic sinking. So they replaced that guy with Fleischer, the guy that I had. So, they were very adamant on, you guys don't deserve to have this, and fuck you for trying, like kind of like that. So the professors that were there were like, you better learn how to be an engineer, and they like to trick you and troll you. And it wasn't just like, here's the equation, plug and chug. Houston's it's the most competitive environment for that degree. I mean, for any kind of engineering, Houston is the place to be for that. So the competition is extremely high, and that's why they were like that. So most of the professors were industry professionals that taught on the side. Like the guy that gave us the fluid exam, he was a director at Shell Oil. So, I mean, obviously he was like fucking big dog in the industry. That's how they all were. So they were like, we're going to teach you how to think. And if you don't know how to think and do it right, fuck you, get out, It's not anyone could plug an equation into numbers in a formula and solve it, kind of thing. Okay. Why would he want to teach? Probably because he had tenure and he had to. And I don't know. And they just stayed on staff to teach the one class. They couldn't fire him. Like, I think he enjoyed, because he actually was able to teach again later on. But they banned him from teaching undergrad. It was a whole thing in my school. They were like, and he was one of the smartest professors there. He was a badass. But it was a whole legendary event that over half the class at junior year level or sophomore year level were flunked. That's not supposed to be the flunk rate. So my class we were pissed because our class got double competitive, but it wasn't like I was one of the top students in my class. So I was like, okay, these people flunk, so maybe the competition might be higher to get the highest grade or whatever, but maybe they're not the A students, so I might be okay. Anyways, in school, it was all about, we're going to teach you how to think, not here's the equation, use it. And they would all the classes were like that. It was just challenging to that degree of how smart are you? How well can you think outside the box with like the tools you have? Now, I could have bought it at MHP earlier. I thought about it and I didn't, but that's not a terrible trade. The first trade I did last night was the same one. I think we moved lower on something. Let me load up my news here. What do you got going on this morning? We had some data come out Friday. Oh, PCE, that's right. Core PCE. That would be today. We're kind of like, Wall Street's going to be very particular about some of this data. No, that didn't happen yet. That's coming up in 42 minutes? Oh, that's at 9. Okay, that hasn't happened yet. What happened today? So right at the turn of the hour after market opens, we're going to have a lot of stuff. Core PCE coming out, Michigan numbers coming out. This is going to be probably a mover day. Both of these things are going to factor into the Fed's rate cut decision, not as much as the employment situation, if you're trusting Powell's words. The labor markets, they're big movers, so anything like non-farms and unemployment is going to move the market pretty quickly. But PCE is one of the four major metrics, and so core PCE and PCE are the numbers that the Fed prints in their report that they watch. PCE inflation of 2.2% is their target that they try to get for cutting rates. So obviously PCE going up. Oh, hey, thank you. Less chance of rate cut. PCE going down, greater chance of rate cut. Well, hello there.
Hey.
Aren't you in Chicago?
No.
In Brahmi Starbucks?
Uh-huh.
Yo, you're the MVP. Thanks, appreciate it. Look what's doubled in here, guys.
No.
Idox less evil twin. Oh, I hear it. Make us hot water with salt so we can gargle. I'm starting to feel throat itchy.
You and me.
Both of us. That'll decontaminate you.
You want it now? I gotta get you some water. Do you want some hot water and hot soap?
Yeah, you should do it for yourself. Thank you so much. Yeah, if you don't mind, that'd be sweet of you. Okay, come on. Come on. Thanks. Thank you. You sound horrible, like you got the flu or something.
No, I'm fine.
Okay. Decontaminate your face with salt water. Oh. Here we go. I'll let her know you guys missed her. I miss eating real food for breakfast. Water and salt. Gotta gargle. Gotta gargle to disinfect. I don't know what the drop was from this morning, though. Let me go through the news really. That's what I'm trying to isolate. But anyways, so PCE inflation, right? So normally if inflation is going up, the Fed's less likely to cut rates. Inflation's going down, Fed is more likely to cut rates. In this environment, if the labor market starts to turn bad, the Fed is going to have a higher probability of cutting rates to keep the stock market in check and the market from being a little tight, on the credit markets being tight, because you don't want people getting laid off further. They're very clear that their mandate of inflation and employment, that employment's the more important of the two. But even so, the rate, I think that the inflation numbers are not going to be actual changes to the schedule of rate cuts, because that doesn't change that much. The price index year over year is the big one, and we're at 2.9%. If you read the Fed reports, which I'm sure none of you guys do, because only nerdy people like me actually read those things, and you can see that their target is by 2027 they'll be at their 2% goal for core and for non-core PCE year over year change. So right now we've been floating at 2.9, and it's interesting that the core PCE even, we went higher because of the post-COVID inflation, all the shortages and stuff caused that. And then we had this kind of like bouncing around here. Core it excludes food and energy prices, which have a seasonality to them, as well as the necessity of them being non-discretionary items. Like you have to buy food and have to buy energy. People are forced to buy them no matter what. And so they're kind of locked into paying for these things. And if the core becomes more expensive, then people have to buy this stuff anyways. They don't have as much money to buy the non-core goods, which are core excludes food and energy, right? So whenever people have to buy things that are food and energy, like your regular PCE will include it, then they don't have enough money to buy their discretionary items, and therefore the lack of sales there can be bad for the economy. And then prices can't actually adjust if people can't get sales or whatever. You might see some core changes because food and energy gets jacked up in a recession. But either way, excluding food and energy, this is a measure of discretionary prices. The stuff people want to buy, not stuff people have to buy. And the stuff people want to buy, the luxurious items and, TVs, golf clubs, whatever, all kind of pile into this. And prices in non-core side, on core side, have been relatively flat, which is nice. We haven't really seen much raise. The tariffs have caused a little bit of kind of like, ugh, right? But also, like we haven't had a data point since September of 2025. So, this is kind of nice doing it the next data point coming through, because, with the government shutdown, who knows where the hell we are. We had the tariffs come through back in here, and one could only imagine some conspiracy theorists out there were had some ideas of, Trump initiated all these tariffs, and of course inflation is going to be through the roof, and government shut down, and now we're not getting the data to see that, and darn. And then some people are like saying, as soon as we start getting that data, watch it come in at 3.2, 3.3, like the actual, because whenever tariffs hit, right, and the prices go up for things on the import side of the world, you still have raw materials price go up, and then manufacturing price has to go up, and then distribution prices to go up, and then retail prices to go up. But retail price doesn't just go up immediately, because retail will buy like a batch of those goods and put them in their stock house, right? And then they'll pull some of that stock out and put it on the shelves and sell that, and then pull some more out and sell that, and pull some more, and then there's a little bit left. They'll make another bulk order, and it's at that time that the high prices travel in with that next bulk order. So there's a delay between when the tariffs hit and when retail needs to make new orders. So just because the tariffs are in doesn't mean, oh, well, you know, we're going to raise our prices too. If you've got, you know, 100 TVs in a warehouse and it took you 3 months to sell them, the new TVs will be the 101th TV you sold. Finally, we'll see that price raise. Will the companies raise their prices ahead of that? Maybe not. Maybe they will. Maybe a little bit to adjust for that by, you know, trying to make a little money to offset the tariffs for lack of sales later. Who knows how they would do it? The thing is how will they do it? We don't know how they will do it because government coincidentally was shut down and now there's no data and we don't know. So being in the dark, one can assume that core PCE has been going up and PC's also been slightly up a little bit as well. So the tariffs have had an effect of raising this. And while the Fed is on a trajectory of a 2% target for the end of 2027, you can see that with the tariffs, somehow it's raising a little bit to 3. Now the big question is, where do we end up? If this ends up slightly higher, the market, as sensitive as it's been, like fucking emo is crap, could completely just flip shit on this. If PCE comes in at a miss after these 3 months of data, like it could be really bad. Even though it's not as important, we still think that the Fed is locked in. When that data point comes in, I want you guys to all go check out the Fed Watch and make sure you understand what this is going to be like afterwards. We're going to monitor what people are betting the Fed's going to do. And that'll tell you everything you know about the probability of the December rate cut. 87% currently that we go to 350, which is the 25 basis point cut we expect. We should get 3 more cuts next year. But if PCE is a big jump, then that might lessen the likelihood of 3 cuts next year. And people might be not so bullish on that. Market's overdue for like a little bit of a sell-off day anyways. This could be the moment that sparks it. You want to be better safe than sorry? Don't have a position rolling into 10 a.m. like a nutball, like fucking gambling your shit on it. If you do, basic principles, dude, play with pennies, not dollars. Like if you're like, I want to gamble on this. If you normally trade a mini and you want to gamble on that, put a micro on it. Don't be an idiot. Don't try to make or break your account and trade. I tell people don't trade during these news events, and this is going to be a big one. So, as basic principles, your uncertainty should always lower full port 10. Exactly. Mortgage your house, go all in, take your kid's college fund, gamble it all. But no, seriously though, like if you are determined to make a trade in such a possible important event, like pennies, man. Like, you know what I mean? How much can the market move? Well, you see that sensitivity even pre-market. You know, the Nasdaq is falling over 150 points. So just do the calculation there. One contract, you're up and down $2,400 on this range alone. On a single risk interval, will be 200 points, right? So on Nasdaq, a single risk interval will be a $4,000 move. If the market BCE comes out and it just drops your risk interval, you're down $4,000 per contract. Got math in your head. Not worth it. I almost have remorse not tapping at MHP. This is not a flat open. We went through the resilience class yesterday. We were certainly opening outside of that range. It's good enough. It's about 10 points. That's pretty good enough. It's really 8 points, but that's okay. That's pretty decent. I don't know what caused this, but it's looking pretty good. I'm up 20,000 over last night, or 19.5. I took the long right out the door. I added to it at MHP. I had a total of 10 contracts in this account and 8 contracts in this account, and I rode it all the way to like there and closed out. Everyone decontaminate your face, like Matt said. Take some hot salt water, just splash it on. All right, 1 minute till market opens. We're having a gap up situation here, which is kind of nice. I said today was going to be the day the market moves. Remember, at 9 o'clock, we've got, or 10 Eastern, we got 2 big data points. Not just core PCE, but the Michigan numbers. Both of those are inflation. Core PCE is going to finally, like, you know, pull the veil off of the 3 months we haven't had data and show us what the inflation numbers really is. Anything above 3 in this market's going to get emo as crap. And we also got the Michigan numbers coming through, which is the inflation expectation over the next, the year and the 5-year are going to be out this morning. Michigan being a private thing, we're not getting like, you know, wasn't affected by the government shutdown. This is University of Michigan. This is private. So we've had data on there. And the 1-year inflation expectation has been pretty much slightly coming down despite the tariffs. So their calculation, what used to be about, you know, 5 back in August is now down to 4.5. So we hopefully that continues to decline, right? What's up? Bell is open, guys. Be ready to decontaminating your face. All right, so we're opening out the door. Remember, this is the possible BLU. We'll see what happens when we get the liquidity map coming through. But at the open, resiliences are slightly positive. Nasdaq is slightly negative, which is a little strange. But again, always give it a minute or two to stabilize. Oops. This could be that big up stay, though. Buyers remorse, not, or sellers remorse, not buying, jumping in there. Or remorse in general, not taking that MHP. Holy shit. Well, who bought MHP this morning? You lucky son of bitches. Woohoo, that's a candle. That's a candle. You just closed? Man, y'all are so smart on that rip. Nailed it with 1 micro. Look at you guys. Y'all are exciting. Y'all are very exciting. Well, that's nice. Normally, what I normally do is I anticipate that I'm going to get the long up, and I anticipate this 1A. So this is 1A trade, just as you'd expect. 1A trade at the open. Normally, on these days, I will actually just long at the open and then just hope resilience comes by a second later and supports it. Look at that. Wow. How can I get in on this? How can I get in on this? 178% profit on micros? You guys, man, y'all are funny. Fucking awesome. Market's on steroids. Oh, yeah. Well, what am I going to do now? Sometimes you just miss that out. All right, let's see. Let's see. Well, there's still some room for here to upper DD band, which is fine. Oh, Lord. I don't even, like, this is kind of where it was wanting to go. And we're just kind of like back to where it was. I wonder what this was all about. So, I don't know, man. With the Michigan numbers and all that coming out, I don't know if I want to engage in this just yet. Congrats, buddy. Passing eval. Let's go. I'm perfectly flat. 19,000 something in profit right now. We had 75,000 subscribers last night. Thank you guys very much. I really appreciate y'all. While you're sitting here staring at the market, you mind clicking the thumbs up button below the stream. Get us to 1,000 by the turn of the hour. We'll do our giveaways. We're starting to do less and less and less. You guys don't hit the like button. I'd actually get out her paddle, because if you don't hit the like button, that's paddling. All right. Do I want to do? Problem is how, like, okay. Do I want to try to get in on this? We have a yellow line at 68.96. That is the ultimate target. I think it's gonna maybe slowly drift down towards here. Yeah, not trying to fuck. Yeah, Devin's like, not trying to fuck around and find out. Yeah, that's exactly. I feel you're exactly right. Like, I could literally make no trades today and be somewhat content with this P&L, which is good, right? The challenge account is certainly doing fairly well. I'm at 30%, which is really good. Oh, it finally lets me do a report now. Very nice. Let me share the report with you guys, and we all can see the data. I always share my stats. Nobody out there does this because, well, for obvious reasons, not throwing shade, but nobody out there lets you see how much they make over time because everyone else out there doesn't make anything over time. That's the real reason. So here it is. You see my trades on stream, and here's the report. Full transparency. As I like to say, there's a lot of chatters and talkers and nerds and geeks out there trying to make it in trading, but none of them trade in full transparency. And you can't cancel talent. Here was the random challenge when I was trading randomly. Isn't it such a beautiful curve? This was the random trading challenge, and this is Matt's normal trading. Now that we're back, things are pretty decent. So I feel happy to be back in the saddle of actually real trading again. Here's my stats. Remember, the random challenge was at 50%. So if you guys are just tuning in or just learning about, the first part of this was me making ChatGPT choose a random time for me, and I could prove that I won't lose money trading randomly. And all I can do is choose my position size to prove the whole blind monkey thing that I teach. So the random trading, this is 100,000 real dollars I put in this account just to test this out and to prove what I teach is accurate. And the market was crashing. All I did was mostly long and used great position management. And all of a sudden I turned out basically flat-ish. I was down like maybe 5K by the end of this. And I said, okay, challenge over. I'm going to trade for real. And now that I've been trading for real, it's been beautiful and green. So I've got my win rate up to close to 59.6. My largest win and largest loss has been kind of, wait, is that today? 12.5, yeah. So largest win, largest loss, kind of same size. Average winning trade and average losing trade. We're kind of the same size, but my average winning trade is going down because now I'm back to real trading, which is sort of scalping. So this is coming down a little bit. And this is just locked in from, the sucky thing is that's locked in from the challenge. So the challenge losses, the biggest ones are back here. I haven't really had any losses since I started trading for real. So these are the challenge numbers, and these are actually settling on my normal sort of trades. My average winning trade time, 33 minutes, losing trade, 17 minutes. So I keep most of my trades under half an hour for the most part. And the run up to drawdown ratio was about 1-to-1 during the random challenge. And now during the real trading, it is roughly like almost 1.5-to-1, which is kind of nice. Win rate chopping up to 60%. I historically trade about a 70% win rate. Liquidity map and liquidity pocket trades are my bread and butter. They have a really high probability win rate, and my actual trading win rate reflects the odds of those. So, fully transparent historic stats. You get the world of churn and burn, prop trading fraudsters. Let you see the wins, don't show you the losses, yada yada. Am I long or short? I'm flat right now. I kind of would like to be long. I'm going to bet that the PCE in the 4-month hiatus, I kind of want to bet that the PCE is going to come in less than 3. The Michigan numbers are going to come in less, like, maybe similar, no change. Oh, thanks, hon. Let's check monthly maps while we're here. Monthly maps, nice and bullish, both sides. We'll have this class today. You can learn what this is. So monthly map classes today, guys, by the way. Or no, sorry, tomorrow. No boot camps on Fridays. Fridays we take off. So yeah, bullish, so that's pretty nice. We have huge news coming out in 23 minutes. So the question is, you know, how will I trade this? That's the real question. Today's certainly going to move. And I feel like today's move is going to be to the upside. But we could be 100% wrong. Today could be the day it just fucking market dies out. You never know. Doing boot camp on Saturday? Oh, no. No boot camp on the weekends. No boot camp on Friday. It's Monday through Thursday. We take Fridays off. Because the one thing you don't want to be doing is sitting here with me till 6 p.m. on Friday with your family, like, when you come and hang out, you know. You still doing that trading thing? Friday is, you should take off early and spend time with your family and stuff. You have to refresh and relax. IDOC leaves and this random blonde Asian girl shows up. Don't let IDOC know. She'll want to share her with me. Duh. My little secret. My family says why I do trading. Catalyst and SP. There's no such thing as a catalyst to the upside, by the way. Catalyst is only when the market topples on itself and can cause additional volatility. When you go to the upside, you can cause shorts to squeeze out massively. But that isn't, since that's shorts piling out of a short, you're not going to create volatility to the upside. So while the market can technically be a catalyst to the upside in a short squeeze volatility massively dries up. So you treat a move of a risk interval to the upside as, how do I get in on this? Because there's not going to be a lot of dips. Nice clean risk interval move to the upside. You don't sit out. You wait, and then the very first set of red candles you get, try to get in on it. That's kind of how that works. All right, my pencil tool is freezing up here. Hold on. Oops. So catalysts to the downside is always sit out because the volatility is sporadic and the choppiness makes it hard to trade. Catalyst to the upside is usually fairly smooth. As long as you have a nice risk and reward set, you're not going to get chopped out. You might get stopped out, but it's not going to be hard to trade. It's going to be pretty straightforward. But it's a very good question. We reserve the sit out rule to only downside catalyst, and that's because the volatility becomes impossible to manage. Look at that. Back it open. What a day. All right, I can take a micro. Let me trade some micros today. All right, let's throw some micros at it. Just some micros that open. Oh, res is negative on NASDAQ. Holy crap. Well. Get some micros. I'm going to play like 3 micros. Keep it so light and small. NVIDIA doing its thing. Resiliences are still decent. They're good enough for half gap hold. So today I'll be cutting out the stream early and hanging out if you guys want to jam, play some Battlefield or something. Fridays we like to do game days, so we usually play some Battlefield or play some Apex or something. Look at this. 3 micros. Oh my god, I'm so sad. I'm losing money. Oh my god, it's $100. What am I gonna do? Oh my god. We're good. All right, I'm tapping him with a couple minis on one of my Fund and X accounts. I'll be a little boss on the wall on this one. Res is positive. We're at the open. Just keeping that one light. Keeping that one light. When that news comes out, this market could crash out today. So be very careful today. This is the 1A open. 1A is a small trade with positive res. Positive res across the board looks pretty decent. So I'm willing to take, 5 micros here, then let it fuck around. 5 micros on a 100-point loss is not that big of a deal. 5 micros is $400 every 40. So that is literally $1,000 worth of drawdown. I'm absolutely cool losing $1,000 with 5 micros. You see how I'm doing the math already in my head? Does this make sense, resilience people? We did the resilience class yesterday. I've got 5 micros here. I'm already planning my whole thing. 5 micros to there is $1,000 plus whatever my stop will be. So a little bit over 1,000. If I double down in here and put like 3 minis, right? That's about 2,400 loss on those 3 minis, plus about a little bit over 1,000 on those. I'm not doing the full math, but about $4,000 for me to play this range. And that's how much I'll lose if I'm wrong. 5 micros, 3 minis. You guys got it? I'm not telling you like what to trade, but the class was about this thought process yesterday. Already, when I chose the position that I'm in, it's accounting for all of this drawdown, and I'm absolutely okay with the size by pre-calculating this entry and that stop. Does this make sense? And I'm gonna hold through the news like a fucking degen, because I'm okay with losing 4,000 of the 12 that I've made. on the chance that I can make 8,000 more. You know what I mean? The long takes off. I'm solid. Five micros for almost 200 points. Not bad. If we dip to all this, we got hedge pressure, monthly hedge pressure, all stacking up at the same spot. Positive res. This is a nice solid dip. But even if the news comes out and we die, then the news comes out and we die. You guys follow? Not a big deal. I play Black Ops 7. Yo, what's up, bro? Hey, I'm gonna break your heart. I did play Black Ops 6 and I actually enjoyed it. When Black Ops 7 came out and Battlefield 6 came out, my heart's always been in Battlefield. And 6 was the first time I ever even played Call of Duty, pretty much ever. And when I played 7, because I played Apex more than anything. And Apex is like movement GOAT game, right? It's just Apex is goated on movement. And then Battlefield 6 came out, and the movement mechanics were just fantastic, right? It's so fluid and so nice for a Battlefield game. It's not anywhere close to Apex, but for Battlefield, it's nice. You can slide and shoot. I mean, there's so many like cool mechanics that Battlefield just went up. And then like Black Ops 7 came out, and it's like you can do wall bounces, and it feels like so clunky. It's so annoying. I can't even stand it. Like, it is by far the clunkiest, weirdest movement mechanic first-person shooter I've ever played. And I hate to say it, but I'm never so dramatic or emo about games. But Black Ops 7 is fucking trash. Like, and I can't stand. The movement is so annoyingly bad. I can't even play it. Like, with Battlefield 6 coming out at the same time, I'm like, I hate to say it, you know what I'm saying? Because Call of Duty Black Ops 6 was great. I actually really enjoyed playing that. I was playing ranked the very first time I ever played. Played the ranked ladder and everything. Had a lot of fun playing that. But 7, man, I don't know. Do you like it? Yeah, you heard the new the Battlefield 6 was actually really good. I'm going to say Battlefield 6 is one of the best in the series. If not one of the best in the modern series. Like, 4 was probably my favorite one up until 6, and 6 is like my new favorite. For whatever reason, it's just mechanically, like, the game is so like perfectly balanced, and it's really fun. It's like every gun is decent. It requires skill. There's a skill gap now that you can actually have movement mechanics. So I'm like, okay, that's what I like. I mean, I'm okay with that. All right, so this little scalp I took, I'm gonna close out those 2 contracts. Close out those 1 contract, close out those 5 micros, and take that little scalp there. Let's have some fun with that. Just scalping before the news. I was going to hold through it, but looks like I'm getting the run right now, which is nice. That just got me a quickie little 60 points, which is not bad. Hell yeah with those 5 micros. Let's talk about that winning mentality, baby. Bum, 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 bum. So the one with 2 minis, that was worth 2,000 bucks. I'll take it. Just scalp and play in the range. I'm sure it's going to go up, but we'll see what happens. Will I make this trade again? Well, we didn't talk about this in resilience class. Remind me on Monday to tell you guys this. I completely forgot one of the most important parts. When you touch the line the second time and resilience is in a worse situation, then the trick is, like, if we hit here and we bounce there on a resilience 10, and then we get here and resilience is 5, you can anticipate it's not going to go higher than the previous high. That's a fantastic trick to know the limits at which it'll go, because if there are fewer stocks on this side of half gap, then how will they get the momentum to keep going? Because this is market cap weighted, you can use resilience as a gauge of how far it bounces. So the example is when I longed here and went to there on negative resilience, if it falls to there again and res is slightly better, then I'm willing to take the long for a higher high. Battlefield 6 is so bad. I know, right? They did a really good job with that game. There's nothing about it that stands out that's like, holy wow, like this is crazy and new. It's just the game is so like well done. I can't find a flaw in it, and that's where I'm like, okay. It takes a while to think about it being so great. Like when I played Red Dead 2, I couldn't find a flaw in the game, and over time, as I was playing it, I'm like, this is the best video game that's ever been made. Holy crap. And it's not because of anything other than the game was like perfectly like, well, it was like just flawless game. Like it was so grand and so vast, and the more you did, the more perfect it was. And it was like, damn, this is a game that got everything right. So the more I play Battlefield 6, I'm like, man, they got everything right in this game. I have no major issues with it. It's fun. The game types are fun. The movement mechanic is better than 5, and 2042 was like absolute ass. So it's like coming off of a game that was just kind of unplayable and weird. I don't know. 2042 was just, I tried to play it so much. I would take breaks, bounce between Apex and that game, and 2042 was just so weird, right? I don't know. And it just felt weird. They didn't do anything with multiplayer. Yeah. But anyways, yeah, I do play Black Ops 7, but like I played it for just a little bit and I was like, man, I'm like, I can't, all right, I'm gonna play some Battlefield again. So 7 was just, to me, a flop. I thought it was really bad. Mechanically, the game is clunky and weird movement. Other than that, everything was okay. Some of the maps are all right. And the mechanic of like wall bouncing made some of the maps kind of fun, where you like wall bounce over pits and stuff. That was kind of neat. But coming off of like Titanfall, it's not even close, because Titanfall had that same mechanic, except for you can like parkour run off the wall. And it kind of, I'm like, you know, wishing it was more like Titanfall. I'm like, man, I wish I can grip the wall and run across the side of it, you know? This is just bloop, bloop, bloop. You feel like Super Mario in 1984 Super Nintendo. You're like, boing, boing. So Titanfall to me was goated. Like that to me was one of the best first-person shooters that was ever made. And now you can't play it anymore. But EA was just bought out, right? So maybe wasn't just EA was just bought out? Or was it Respawn? Respawn, I think, was bought out. Not EA. I think I read that somewhere. Or was it EA? I saw something that was talking about it. EA was going to be required by a private equity group, the Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund. So yeah, that's right. So if EA is going to kind of like get out of its corporate sort of shareholder push, you can't play Titanfall anymore. They axe the servers, and people are so mad that you can't even buy it, you can't even play it. And so hopefully they'll rescue some of these games, and maybe, you know, some of the games will get a whole bunch of vast improvements if you get out under that. Yeah, EA bought Respawn, but EA just got bought out by private equity group. So who knows how that's going to turn out. So this was the 1A setup trade on positive res, which is pretty good. The only reason I closed out, again, just was because the news is coming out, and I decided to just take that profit off of this. Why not? I'm not afraid of this market rallying, but with the news, might as well just kind of like better safe than sorry, you know? No reason to go extra on this. But yeah, after I do my funded TV, y'all, if y'all want to hop on, we'll play some games or whatever. Up 1K on 2 funded accounts and locked out, not even gonna give yourself the chance to be tempted to gamble in news. Hey, Reese. Excellent, sir. BF6 uses a planet side mode. Oh god, dude, I love planet side. Yeah, the Saudis bought EA. So I'm curious how the mechanics of all that are going to be. Are they going to be as driven for like, is it going to be worse with like the bullshit loot box and stuff? Yeah, Apex, you want an heirloom, a $300 skin? What the hell, right? Like what kind of ridiculousness that ever was? And you know me, I have every heirloom in Apex, because you know me, the only thing I ever spend money on are cars, shoes, and fucking in-game items. I whale games. I play. Every time I play, people are like, wow, you got that heirloom? How many heirlooms do you have? I'm like, all of them. And they're like, no way, bro, show me. And I show them. $300 per character per skin. Stupid, right? What that person needs to be fired out of a cannon into the fucking sun. Like literally, like whose idea was that? You know what I mean? Ever since I saw that first sweaty wraith running around twirling the blade, I was like, oh my god, I gotta have it. Whatever. Stupid. Congrats, Reese, man. Congrats on your games, by the way. This is nice. This is pretty cool. I could have held for longer, but no fear of this market. This is everything characterized. BLU 1 up, 1A, small position. I did take the small position. News in 6 minutes. That was you on release. I know, right? Somebody got the Futurama quote from there? Hell yeah. That's right. Half of the world doesn't know that half of what I ever say is a Futurama quote. Leela tells Fry, you're fired from a can't. You will be. No, she said, what happens if I whatever? And she's like, you will be fired from a cannon into the sun. Like, that's what happens when you screw up on your job. That's how you get fired. So hit those likes, guys. Get up to 1,000 to our first giveaway. So chilling. No fear of this. I think the market's pretty decent. When that news comes out, 5 minutes, the market can have some movement. Let's double check the volatility really quick. I'm gonna run a. Now UVXY has been kind of booty since we had the reverse split. Occasionally you'll have reverse split. So I think that our hedge pressure is going to be like way off the map somewhere. Yeah. It takes a while for these to adjust because the new options, you're kind of like all over the place. So the new options are still being sort of skewed by the old options. So you're kind of in this weird boat with UVXY. So what you can do is VXX is pretty decent for a VIX ETF. Give you the same, like a good read, even though VXX wasn't as liquid since Barclays stopped issuing new shares of it. And I don't know if it ever got its liquidity back because I haven't checked in a while. Let's double check. Hold on. Like VXX used to be our chosen VIX ETF of choice until it lost all of its liquidity way back. Oh, it looks like the liquidity is back. So I guess VXX is pretty good. When they stopped issuing new shares was back in 2022, so we abandoned it. Looks like I haven't looked at it in years, so it looks like VXX is pretty good. See this? You see that cutoff right here? So the maps just were like, you didn't see a lot of trading going on here. So right after March of 2022, VXX kind of became kind of like a really poor visibility of VIX, and then now it looks like we kind of went back to normal, I guess. May have 2 years ago. That's good. All right, so I guess you guys can use VXX again. If UVXY is weird because of the reverse split, it just takes a while for those older options to expire. You have two sets of options, the new ones and the old ones, and our calculation doesn't have the ability to differentiate or adjust for it. I actually don't even know how I would do it. I have an idea, but it's not worth it for something that just happens once every couple of years. Not worth. We just kind of go through the pains, but use VXX for your VIX. We are below in a bear short down on this one, so it's sort of like downward pressure on the VIX, which just basically means there's not expected to be volatility. When that news comes out, it can really go either way, so careful. The homie Monosage. Wait, you remember my old name, Monosage? My old gaming name? My buddies in college. My old Xbox name was Manosage. Man sausage. Like you got killed by Monosage. It got some laughs. Gonna run scripts on Rocket Scooter? Not yet, but we're gonna release Rocket Script this year in 2026, which will allow you to convert Pine scripts and also create your own scripts. It's a JavaScript-based language, similar to Pine script, so yeah, and we'll publish documentation on how to use it. I've never heard me say "bite my shiny metal ass." Do you remember there was that episode of like the top 10 things Bender says? There was that list. Bender's 10 top words. His words were yours, like the top 10 things Bender actually says. Yours, up, chumpette, pimpmobile, bite my shiny daffodil, An ass. If you were like that, but can I answer TraderRay's question? Yeah, sure. What's up? You have TradingView and pay for data there. You're able to lease liquidity map for there and pay separately for your masterclass versus paying for data fee on Rock Scooter. So we don't have a way to get liquidity maps there. However, people have made a script for TradingView because TradingView doesn't have an import from an API to print. So the way that it is what you buy on TradingView is locked in that ecosystem. What we have is locked into ours, except for the CQG data that you have. If you buy futures data from a broker like AMP and you have CQG, that futures data can go both places. You can log into CQG in TradingView and it will also tunnel your data both places. So if you buy futures data from your broker, then it can go to both places. All right, the news is out. Let's chill on this. But what you buy at TradingView for equities data stays there, and equities data here stays here. Equities world is different. They don't let you transfer data like that. They're very strict on it. So if you want to get liquidity maps in TradingView, also not possible because there's no way for us to get them there. You can, people have made scripts for TradingView that allow you, if you buy our tools here, to type in these things into this program and then it prints them on your TradingView. You can sit there in the daytime and just manually convert them over. All right, let's see what we got. All right, core PCE came in slight beat on the 2.9 expectation year over year, which is good. Month over month change, pretty much the same, just a little bit. Michigan 1 year came in at 4.1, which is good. 3.2 is also good. These are both beats. All these across the board are beats off of last read last month. Oops. The consumer expectations up, like way up, which is good. This news came out fairly good. Consumer sentiment, that's up. That's very good. Current conditions, it's roughly the same. So I would say in general, not a big deal. The regular PCE price index right here, the year over year, also came in at a wash. Nothing different, nothing changed. Personal income went up. Personal spending went the same. So people making more money, spending the same amount of it with no inflation is great for the economy. All of this stuff was a beat today. How about that? So news came out pretty solid. Good news, time to dump. Right? Like, is this the world of bad news is good news? The Fed likes to see bad news so they can rescue the market. Yeah, now, technically speaking, if somebody put a gun to your head and said, is this good or bad for rate cuts? One would say good for rate cuts because the inflation numbers do direct the Fed, but Powell's commentary is basically saying we don't care what inflation is anymore. It's mostly about the jobs market. So technically speaking, it should be good for rate cuts to have good news on PCE side because that is the Fed's normal majority portion of their mandate. It's their dual mandate, right? They have is jobs and inflation. The inflation has two things they look at. There's four total things they look at: GDP, your PCEs, core and non-core, and then they look at inflation. What am I missing? And jobs data. I'm sorry. And so PCE and core PCE are two of the Fed's data points of the four major ones they look at. What was I trying to do here? Let's look at the Fed Watch and see what I'm going to assume that this hasn't changed much. It may maybe go up a little bit closer to 90, but we'll see. It's probably going to change very little. Yeah, very little. So no real change on that. The expectation is that inflation's not going to be a big deal. It's not going to be a big deterrent to rate cuts. So Project X just broke again. Sad day for Project X traders. Sell the news. This is news I want to sell. Not this one. This is great news. There's nothing bad. Like everything came out shining. We can't let last month like burn into our brains like, okay, maybe the market's going to die on that good news. The market has not had PCE data in a while and it came out flawless, which basically we got 4 months of catching up to do. This could be like rocket off the moon news. Project X is so trash, somebody said. Man, I don't hate it like on its technicality of like the project, the platform itself is okay. I don't use it. I don't like using it because you can't split up your accounts across multiple DOMs. You got to lock everything into one system. That part is kind of shitty. Like on desktop version of Ninja, I can put like 10 different DOMs and each one is tied to a different account, like in my prop accounts. So I don't have to copy trade. So I like that feature, but the back end of Project X is just absolute trash. Like orders are delayed on their fills and it shuts down all the time, and something's going on with it, and it's really hard to really trust trading on it. Yeah, like I'm gonna tell you, this is not news that I'm worried about at all. Nothing came out bad, and the question is, I said that today's gonna be a day that moves. This is probably a day it's gonna move pretty hard. The question is, how do I get in on this? Got a yellow line right there. Whoever did that full port, you're soft, LOL. So I see people who lose that say Project X broke. Yeah, this is like it's like the gamer mentality. That guy was hacking. The team was trash. The team that just wiped you, they're trash. Yeah, look at their trash. Yeah, they wiped you. They're playing so trash, they wiped you, right? Yeah, they're garbage team. They suck. That guy's cheating. These losers are camping. Guys, stupid campers. Camping the base. How can they? And like, it's only bad if you were camping the base, it was fine though, right? But if it was them doing it, then obviously they're trash. On DD Band, yeah, probably going straight there. So this is good. The news was great, and I think the market was looking for a reason to break out. And remember yesterday I said the market's going to move today, and today's the day that it moved, which is good. You passed the test. You have passed the test. You won. Wait, what test did you pass? What test are you doing? What tests are you testing on? New challenge, trade a single account, 5,000, show how to build it. I've done that challenge before, and I'm probably never going to do it again. I started off with, in 2020, I started off with $6,700, which was 1/2 the margin requirement. I call it the $1 million challenge. And for 70 days, I didn't lose a day. My first 70 days was a win streak. Some people here remember that challenge. In 9.5 months, I turned that $6,700 into $95,000. Fully transparent, just like this. Just let it grow. The problem was it just took so long to get that $6,700 to like 20K. So that's like just trading micros and trading small and trading bigger and just slowly growing it. Took forever. So it's kind of a waste of time to do it again because I'm not making any money with all that work, but it was a great publicity stunt at the time. I got it to $95,000, and on the very last day of me streaming on YouTube, it was at its peak. So like that day, I made an announcement the next day. I'm like, guys, I'm no longer going to stream on YouTube. I'm going to take a break because I'm building this thing called Rocket Scooter. Well, I didn't tell them what the name was, but I'm going to build a trading platform. So we'll do like Zoom calls for like, an hour or so in the morning. So I'm going to like boss to the wall. And everyone's like, whoa, Matt's building a trading platform. And then I took off YouTube for 2 years to build a trading platform. And I kind of like traded that account still, but I abandoned the challenge just because it was a YouTube publicity stunt. And I just regular traded like normal. And then 2 years later, we released Rocket Scooter, and I went back to streaming on YouTube. But I did that challenge, that 5,000-ish challenge before. It was great. It drew a huge crowd, by the way. Especially the win streak. The win streak was insane. Because 70 straight trading days. So that was 3.5 months. And it's all on YouTube. It's documented. So it was actually kind of fun. Those memories, dude. John remembers those days. So it was like, the first trade, I'm like, oh, I made $60. Oh, I made 120. Oh, I made, it wasn't like I YOLO'd with minis. I did I used my risk interval equation, right? Or my margin requirement equation. Net lick divided by 1.1 margin, 1.1 times the margin. And I kept that position size the same and never over leveraged. And I just slowly grew and slowly grew and slowly grew and slowly grew. But it was a fun challenge. But obviously it was like not really like, it's like do it one time just to say you can do it. I don't want to spend another 9 months to make 90K sort of thing to prove a point. Am I going to take a trade? I kind of would like to, but I don't really have an opportunity. I think right now, I think I'm gonna, you know, the only reason I'm hesitating is because of that. That's a resistance pivot on S&P. And I just want to see what we get. I think that like inside of here, I will probably take a trade on whatever little red I get that tries to dip there. And again, I'm not going to play it too big. S&P is the way to go. Let's try this. Oops. I don't want to take too much risk, but I'm okay with it. S&P looking good on yellow line break. All right, let's take some S&P on this. We'll play some micros on this. What's going on? What the hell just happened? Okay, trade of 8 just like froze up. We're back. Maybe that's a sign it shouldn't do anything. Yellow on break on ES. We'll take ES all the way up to green line. Keep it light. This can be a resistance. So inside of here, this support is what I'm looking to trade off of. So inside of here, like all you guys see this a liquid move right here. That's what I'm looking to get. Something like that. Somebody said, had the market fell down straight like you said, you'd have lost approximately 4,000. But if it went up like your system said, you would only made 500, and your math is way off. Way off. You didn't count for the second entry. 5 micros here. And like 5 minis here. $4,000 if all of that loses. But it's not 400 if you make. The 5 micros made some money. If it dips to here, that trade up to there makes a whole lot more than what would lose. Or like for reverse trade today? Absolutely not, no. It's going straight up today. No reversing for me. You see what I'm saying? So the whole trade could lose this, but if I get the 5 minis from here to here, 600 to 680, that's 4,000 gain already on those 5. Plus the 5 micros going up to there. Even if I close out the 5 there, but the 5 micros back up, 5 micros makes, 2,000-3,000 on the way up. So it's more like 1.7 to 1. Yes, sir. Upper DD band tapped. First resistance target checked. This is the place to take profits on NASDAQ. This will be the first sort of like selling pressure that we see. Okay, this is the first short position that NASDAQ can probably present. Does that make sense? So when you're doing those trades, you have to make sure you account for all of it, QWERTY. Your math was missing that second entry. So the second entry that dives in, pulls the cost basis there is where the money's made. So the 5 micros to there is almost like 1-to-1, right? This is the big one where it's more than 1-to-1. You put them together. So just for funsies, we can demonstrate. No shorting. Just kidding. This will be possible pullback. I went ahead and closed out. This is the first resistance. I might get a little bit of a bump there. Back down is this test, this idea, but we'll learn in the DD band class that when you break through DD band on bull breaks, remember, never chase a bull break outside of a small probability range, right, into a low probability range. 4% of days will close above, 96 will close below. Do we short it? No, we don't. I do not have the confluence. The short only comes with negative DD. One can short. I sit out on that short. The short is usually short-lived because the greater market's bullish. So even if I got 20, 30 points off of it, I would take a very tiny scalp if I were shorting this at all, which I'm not. If we break, I usually do not chase the break. I wait and wait and wait and wait and wait and wait and wait for it to return and test. And then every single time I will long off of that. This is greater than half. So I wait. For now, W for wait. Because we're at that limit, I closed out all my trades. Now we're going to chill. Do you think we crash on Monday? No. Probably not. Hey, what's up, babe?
Galleria.
All right, yeah, I'm down. Why not catch the reverse trade? The probability is so high because the probability is high where you close by the end of the day. That's not probability of the short by the end of the day. The reason I don't take the short is because it can do this before the end of the day it can come down. So I only short off of that with the confluence. Remember, these probabilities are end of the day, so no shorting. Don't have the confluence on that. One could short if they want to bet on that, but the problem is you don't know how high it's going to go before it falls, if it falls at all. But one could, it's just a possible guaranteed loss on the initial trade. Most days that touch upper bands do not close above them. But it doesn't mean it doesn't like rocket, and then do this and do this and do this and this and this and this and this, and the end of the day comes down. So bull days, I don't like to fade it. I like to wait and see. If one were to take the trade, it's coin flip, whether you get it or not. Without the confluence, it's pretty much coin flip. With the confluence, it's pretty good. With the confluence, it's an every single time short, yeah. Is there any more news? Not today. Yeah, nothing really today, unfortunately. So, but also no shorting doesn't mean I'm going to miss out if I'm wrong. But the problem is that any pullback off of this with the confluence is likely going to be kind of like small inside of here. But that's why I exited all my longs, because we're at that limit. So this is where Nasdaq is going to kind of test everything. And as best as I can hope for, I think that today, that's like the best case scenario. Likely. Actually, I think that here, that's about as good as going to get likely. There, back to there. So we'll see what happens. Remember, shorting against the herd is always short-lived, in and out as quick as possible. Like I take what I can get sort of thing. Right? Like I wouldn't be putting like way too much effort. That makes sense. Can I show the NVIDIA chart? Yeah. See how there is resistance pressure, but it's not selling off the market. That's the whole thing I want y'all kind of to realize. There is resistance pressure as expected, but in this mode, it's likely to be very small. And that's why in the class, when I tell people only absolute time do I take a short. If I were to take a short off of this, I would have probably taken that and closed out. Never against the bull market, and am I betting on a fade? Never. Blind monkey. You see how there is the resistance pressure as expected because the probabilities are high, but usually bull markets will just blast through it and go. And then by the end of the day, it usually makes its way back in, but the 4% of days that don't, you don't know how high it's going to go until it snaps back. Bull markets are usually fairly strong with no pullback, which is why it's almost suicide to try to short one. You see how when I said if I were to short, that would be it? Likely just a tiny little dip. It's even not as good as I thought it would be. NVIDIA right on the edge here. So keep an eye on 182.5 on NVIDIA. This is MHP hedge pressure stacked on top of each other. Support there is good, or resistance there is bad. So keep an eye on that. And people say, even though 6% of the time it closes below. Well, right. But the thing is that it's not the same as the downside. You'll learn this in the class. The downside move is 8% of days below, 4% of days up. Which means 96% below there, 92% above there, and the effective is 88 in the middle, right? 88% of days stay in the middle, 96 below the upper band, 92 below the lower band. And so on the lower side, the market tends to be very volatile, and that volatility dries up. Most of the time, it tries to make its way back to here. Because, as we learned in the class, red days have wicks on them. This is a red day, okay? A lot. Green days, however, are different. Green days don't like wicks. And so the upside move tends to be like this. Like, a lot of days break and come back in. There's a lot of actually days that do break. And then only 8% of days stay below. But on the upside, there's not a lot of days that actually break. And when they do, almost all of them stay. So think about it like this. This is at the end of the day mechanic, right? So imagine 8% of days close below, but maybe 20% of days actually break below. But most of them recover. This, it might be like 5% of days break and 4% of them stay. So this doesn't happen a lot, but when it does, it doesn't usually sell off. So on bull side breaks, the ones that do snap and come back in are usually like very powerful. And they like, I mean, not very powerful. They usually stay right there and like close right on the band. The green days that snap in and come back in, or the red days, most of them make their way all the way back up or rally really heavily off that band. So you usually get like, you know, a tiny little top wick on bull days, and usually a really strong bottom wick on the red days. So that's kind of like why, even though the percentages are really strong, of where we ultimately close, the green can just squeeze, and you don't have a short pivot to short from usually. Yellow line would probably be it. And then it's a 50-50 shot at that. On the downside, though, you follow the liquidity pockets, hedge pressures, all kind of bounce pivots. Down in here, I long every single time I can off of a strong pivot, but it's small because we're irrational, and I like to ride it all the way back in and then take that second reclaim trade off of that. Red days usually have, you know, a lot of wick action. That volatility is heavy, and then it dries up, you snap. Bull side has no volatility, so as it moves and then the buying stops, it doesn't just fall, right? When markets are pushed lower and the selling stops, it rises, right? Because of the buoyancy of the market. Bull days, they move, and when they're done, they sort of just hover. It takes a lot of people liquidating to finally like push it lower, but it's rare that that happens at a high. So y'all understand the difference now, right? It's not probability that it breaks. That's the probability of how often or what the numbers are at actual close. So the mechanic between now and close is that it doesn't usually fade that easily when the DD ratio is greater than half. We have a no shorting rule. You can get some resistance for a scalp, sure. And you can miss out on a short, fine. But the reason there is that no shorting rule is because it's almost a guaranteed loss most of the time. Because it usually squeezes really high before it realizes that by the end of the day. So because of the loss potential, we kind of like essentially have this rule of don't try to fade a bull market, even though you could. You're flipping a coin at this point. And if it does pop above, how far does it go before it snaps back? We don't have any resistance pivots. So you effectively could be risking an emotional bag hold for hundreds of points because of that. But you'll learn, this is all from that class that talks about it. That's why you have to kind of remember, look at these probabilities and not think of that's 96% chance we reject and sell off. That's not what it means. 96% of days close below the green. And on these bull days, that could literally be like right there, like a smidge below it. On these bear days, though, dude, it sometimes can rally all the way back up to the top. When that volatility dries up, you can get some big runs off of it. But when bullish selling stops, you don't normally get markets collapse. And then the mechanical difference between a buoyant market when it goes up and a volatile market when it goes down is that the up doesn't like to fall, but the down likes to rise. Does that make sense, everybody? Hopefully that makes sense. Volatility dries up, you're back to where you started. When buying dries up, it stays where it is, usually. That's the whole blind monkey conversation we always have. That's the blind monkey is the code word for that whole mechanic of markets are buoyant, they go up. Chat, hit those like button. Hit those thumbs up, please. We've got 30 minutes late for the giveaway. What I do at this green line is I do exit my longs, which I'm fully exited on my longs. The helium balloon was a perfect example. Yeah, like pushing a helium balloon underwater was the way I describe it. You can push the balloon underwater and you can push it. And when you let go, the balloon floats to the top and then it sits there. And the first little tiny wind that pushes it, that gets it off that surface to break that kind of like tension there. Or sorry, break that sort of, like, you know, the water sticks to the balloon. And once you slightly blow it off, then the balloon starts to float again on its own without any pressure at all. So market is a helium balloon you're trying to push underwater. You can push it underwater pretty far, but once you let go, back to the top, cohesion. Yeah. You know, like that sort of stickiness it has to the surface, which kind of means without further selling pressure, the market just sticks to the surface. And any slight nudge will make it float again. And the market literally operates like that in real time because of inflation, right? My stream seems more compressed to the left. Oh, yeah, you're right. This is not balanced again. Thanks for letting me know. See how there is some selling pressure, but it's kind of small. It's not crashing out from here. It could, so be very careful. But that's why I just kind of exit my longs and I wait. This one, I've already made these legs, right? So if it does break and pop through, I'm going to try to take that one final leg off of this to trade with a tiny stop. Think we're going to dump hard today? Yeah, even if we do, I'm on the sideline. So that's kind of how I feel. Today's the day we dump hard, and today's the day we dump hard, right? Is there any strategies, videos you can learn from me? Yeah, the boot camp. So the boot camp is currently free. You can sign up for it. It's currently live now. Monday through Thursday, we meet at market close, and the videos are recorded. The first month is free. Cancel at the end of the first month. Oh crap, I gotta make a turkey. I have Thanksgiving today. Friendsgiving. I might not be able to play games, guys. You don't make a turkey. Yes, you can come, Ryan. What time Thanksgiving is today? I've had deep fried turkey. I have before. It's pretty good. I've never made it though. Eat my breakfast real quick. Friendsgiving at 7. Take about 2 hours, 3 hours to cook this turkey. Maybe 2.5. It's a small one. Guys, get those likes to 1,000. We'll do our first giveaway in a minute. Hit that thumbs up button below the stream, please. So there's that likely move, the one I scribbled on there, like slightly down to slightly up. We're seeing this is a typical bull, like, play here. All right. Well, interesting resistance pressure here. The rebalance is a little unusual. This is showing a little bit signs of weakness here, but those wicks are pretty solid. I don't know. It might actually pull back a little bit further. Might actually get this lower low. And I'd be willing to grab the long off of that. Micros again. All right. What's our DD Spartan NQ? 25402. This has been a lovely play. Yeah, I could probably sell a little bit from here. I would say that this little area that I'm kind of marking off is about. I think I had it marked about like that. Yeah. Be very careful if the S&P. If we lose 696, fairly, this can be big. Like big if break. Why'd I bounce it there? Because the resilience is positive, right? So expected to hold. So yellow is a strong pivot. And actually, I'm gonna put this like down in here. Like this area we took off on, like this area right here. So, not to break like this little 780, 790 area. Am I drawing a trend line? Don't you start with me. It's almost a trend line. My guru Tori will be very proud of me. Heard about a Supreme Court decision today. About what, Jay Wizzle? Go ahead and send Tori my best regards. Project X is down. Like I said, I'm gonna make a website called projectxuptime.com. That way I can send out alerts when Project X is actually up. Community would love that. You know, there's like downtime detectors, right? To alert you the few times something's down. I have to make one that alerts you the few times Project X is up. Not working for some people. It's spotty today. DD stands for Doomsday. It's just a code word we had for it. It's risk interval band. We almost called it the RIB, the risk interval band. And then Doomsday just sounded cooler. Well, actually, when we built the indicator, we always have projects in our Discord. There's like project names. They all have like code words. So it's a secret project. They all have cool names like Project Waterfall, Project Blue, Project Dragon, Project Coffee. This one was called Project Doomsday. The name is kind of meaningless. It was actually chosen because the DD ratio, when it was less than half, was always when markets were crashing. When markets were consolidating and DD ratio was less than half, the market would fall. And we're like, it's like a doomsday clock. So then Doomsday was the project we created to study that and study the bands technique that we were making. And then when we're naming it, we're like, well, we call it the bull bear bias ratio, which is the DD ratio, and then the risk interval band, which is the DD band. And we just decided to go with DD just because it's cooler, it's shorter, it sounds funny. But the technical name that we created for these tools are risk interval band. It's 2 green bands, green lines, and then the bull bear bias ratio. But then like bull bear bias ratio could have been the BBB ratio, but then we already have a BBB for VIX contango midpoint, which we could have called the CM, and then people would have said it's COM. So then we, so you know what I'm saying? The acronyms, we had to kind of come up with code words that weren't the real names for. So they really don't match. The BBB, the bull bear bias, it's not even bull bear bias on VIX. It's really just contango midpoint or backwardation midpoint. CM and BM, bowel movement. BBC. Right? So we were like, this is technically that could be the triple B, and then the other thing could have been the BMCM. Then we're like, BBB, BMCM, that's too many B's there. Let's just give, we're like, well, let's just call it the Doomsday band, the Doomsday ratio. Because when you break through it, or the ratio is negative, it's kind of like, it's like Doomsday, market's dead. Okay, that's kind of fits, whatever. But we don't call it Doomsday, we just call it DED for short. It's a meaningless acronym. But the trivia is it stands for DD. Bull bear bias ratio, risk interval band. So we could have actually had this thing. This could have been the triple B. This could have been the RIB, and the other thing could have been the BM and CM. That didn't seem as cool on paper when we drew it out. We were like, ugh. People are like saying big black booty. We're like, hey, stop it. Like, we're gonna name it these things. Bowel movement and RIB. This just sounds funny. Like, see, guys, you gotta learn our RIB technique. It's awesome. The BM. You gotta learn the BM technique. It's amazing. Oh, yo, I love this new app. My DB12 is unlocked. They're now driving it over to the service to get the PPF put on it. Yeah, Baby Mama, The Legend of Rib, kind of The Legend of Rib though, right? And we were like, nah. Let's call this the triple B instead. Let's call this Didi. And then it all was fine until Diddy got arrested. And now some people just jokingly call this the Diddy band. And I'm just like, I'm changing the name again. The Diddy band. What happens in the market when you break through the Diddy band? Extremely lubricated. It just falls. Very slick. Stop it. And we're like, now you can't use acronyms anymore anytime. Yeah, nice try, Didi. Yeah. The Diddy band. So anyways. BM, CM, and Rib and all that looked weird. I'm like, I don't know. I don't like it. All about the Benjamins. Yeah, it slips. It likes to slip right through. Yeah. So anyways. So here's that likely little pullback here. Shall we? Shall we take a trade off in this? Refleshing hard on that yellow break. I don't know, man. This month's price action, I kind of want to wait and see. Res is not tanking. Everything's pretty solid. Nvidia's at MHP. Alternative hats, thank you. Yeah, we should probably keep an eye on that, right? Nvidia and Microsoft, some of the bigs that have been kind of nasty. Yeah, Nvidia's on that break point. So Nvidia could launch from here. Be very careful. When Nvidia broke their MHP, do you see how sensitive? Like, check this out. You guys see how sensitive this is to market cap? When Nvidia dropped their MHP, do you see that MHP resilience went from 56 to 43? That's how strong some of the big tech is on resilience. Look at a huge drop on Nvidia alone, right? So Nvidia flips to the other side, monthly res drop. That's what's so cool about monthly res. Being market cap weighted, it's really good. All right, this would be a place to maybe try. Maybe try a trade. Bum 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 bum. Let's grab some scalpy scalps here. All right, I'm just playing micros at this point. Can I ride it through the band? With positive res, anything that would fall, I'd expect to bounce off of that. So micros in case I get swept, not going to lose a lot. And then if we fall all the way down in there, I got that 1A trade to take all over again. But this likely move that I drew, yeah, I just grabbed this in 3 of my accounts. So, or 4, including this one. No, 3. Sorry, 3. Why am I trading micros? Because I've already made the bulk of the move. And just micros because I'm just scalping now. I could trade minis on this, but I'm just demonstrating trades. In all honesty, I'd rather just take the day off and be done. I already made 12K on this account. I'm trading minis on everything else though here. Just this account. I've way exceeded my expected gain for the day, which is 12%. So I'm there, so I don't want to like take too much risk. Don't be scared, F2. All right. One of my thoughts are one and done trading, win or lose. Nothing wrong with that. It's good for psychology to limit how much participation you have. One trade a day isn't a bad deal. I honestly would do 2 trades a day. I'd let something I wanted to buy on fail, and I would attempt a second attempt. Pretty much, I would try to do that. Trump doing FIFA talk soon? Dude, we're getting the World Cup in Houston. They just approved this huge, like, multi-billion-dollar upgrade. In 2026, we're getting the World Cup out here. We're getting like this like huge part. It's a NRG Stadium getting $55 million renovation for grass tech accessibility. Oh, $55 million. Huge like stuff they're planning. I'm excited about it. I wonder, I've never been to the World Cup. I'm going to buy like the best tickets I can get my hands on. It's a once in a lifetime experience in your hometown. So I'm going to get whatever it costs, man. I don't care. We're going to go. That's a lot of grass. I know, right? That's really exciting. Come on. Let's break the ban and go. No sell off today. No sell off today. They just released a Team USA game, so we're here in Atlanta. Oh, nice. John, anybody answer John's question? If somebody had a bot that had some kind of edge with a strong statistical edge like that, what would be a good amount to charge for something like that? This current price action here I don't like, but the S&P is looking okay, so hopefully Nasdaq holds this. I was kind of happy to see that move like I wanted to see, but this was unusual. Good old micros there. Hang on. Hang on. How did this not turn out to the big sell-off day? It is feeling a little heavy. This could be a big sell-off. This could be pretty big. I'm just arbitrarily trading right here at this 770 level. That's why I have micros on it. You can say, let me close that out. Not a big fan of that. And big on the break if that yellow line is broken on S&P. That was a surprise. I was not expecting this. But as I tell you, if you do short from the DD band, that is the place to do it. It doesn't guarantee it's going to sell off, but today was the coin flip that looks like it took a little bit of run off of that. Actually, I am going to risk it. Back with the 5 micros. Let's air to the bull side. Now, if we follow another wave down, I'm going to be very hesitant to do anything else for the rest of the day. If it doesn't hold here, then I'm probably going to not do anything else. Video's not getting a lot of love today. Come on, S&P. Get right back above yellow. That's all we want to see. Don't hit yellow and reject. Fingers crossed on this one. S&P. Let's have a run. Let's have S&P to DDB. And we haven't had a really strong, solid bull day in a long time. We've had these BS up and down days. Let's get a run to DD. That'd be great. Nasdaq went there. S&P follows suit. This has been some unusually kind of crummy ass price action. That's why I'm just trading micros. A little kind of craziness here today. Well, that broke the levels that I was concerned with. Now with positive res, we could be okay, I think, to that half gap area. So that's a good place to tackle again. I'll probably, like I said, micros just to hold through it. I'll hit it with minis at these A pluses. That's why I'm not doing minis up here. Somebody asked, why not doing minis, right? Micros can just hold through this whole thing. I still got A pluses all off of here, and then A's right there. Just I never long heavy into DD, but this is kind of a nice little flush there. This is the big ass sell-off day that we get, then this is the big ass sell-off day. But yeah, so big if break, that's this right here. Like I said, my loss is just $500. I'm kind of just goofing around now, house money. Try to take the long continuation, didn't play out. Yeah, this was unusual. If it's anything like the last couple of days that we've seen, or last couple of weeks that we've seen, and this market just loses the whole thing, I'm going to be very confused about the longer term trend here. But if you guys did catch that short, not bad. Resilience is still positive, and we get the big flush candle from here. I don't know. I still want to take the bet that we're not going to break out of these lows here. Do I want to add some more to the micros? Let's add 2 more. I'm just building a position, and I'm going to fucking hit it with bunch of minis here. me just play the bounces in here. My code is not working on Tradeify. It should be. Rocket Scooter, that's the code. Remember, this is the competing pressures we have here is we got support here. Support. There's a response if we break. Remember I said big if break? I still think it's just way too bullish. I don't think this is going to sell off. I want to take the bet that it doesn't. It can. If it does sell off, that's why. But I'd like to take the bet that it doesn't. I don't know, man. I don't feel it. I don't feel the downside today. VIX is moving. It's a whole Friday thing, but I think we're all right. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. Let's see. I'd like to get a cost basis, obviously, down inside of here would be lovely, but I still want to take the scalps on the dips. Hopefully this gets back to there. I mean, this is a weird look. This would be the most unusual day. So if it rallies, it's going to rally huge. So this is not really usual for the continuation rally because of this big wave down like this. So if it were to rally, it's got to be huge. So that's the thing is it's probably not going to rally huge, but I think I can still get some scalp inside of here. This is alarming. So this is be cautious. This is bad. This is bad for the rally, hitting this and then losing that and rejecting. You'll cause a lot of big sort of turmoil on these yellow lines if you break them. They can be big. But this has been an unusual trading month. Market's still trying to figure itself out. And the last time we saw hourly price action like this, this sort of behavior, like it looks like it wants to squeeze, but man, there is just selling pressure along the way. That sort of look to it is unusual. I don't think we've seen that in a long time. It's sort of like very transitional behavior. Usually it's a topping pattern. We just start to see the market trying to squeeze up and there's just top wicks on it. You're losing some momentum in the market. Like this right here. This is, oh, here it is. There's a good example. I was looking for that one. This right here almost always looks like a topping pattern. And somewhere in the middle of these giant wicks is usually where the equilibrium is. And you're just basically getting a lot of selling pressure. And same thing, you get your equilibrium is like right here in the middle. So like someday, maybe not today, maybe today, but someday soon, I expect it could be Monday. Hopefully not today. Obviously hopefully today can still ride and get out of this hole. But this sort of like this is almost topping pattern. As there's just not enough brute force selling and you can blame your Nvidias of the world for this. I mean, brute force buying, and you're not getting that momentum from these tech stocks. So Wall Street is like a little flimsy. So like, let's say our prayers because I want a bull market. Give us that bull, baby. Needs a trend line. Needs a whoosh fan. All right, because market will behave. Tell us in a whoosh fan. So but this is not a place to whoosh from though. But we can preemptive whoosh. You got the pressure from here. Pressure's all the way down here though. But resiliences are still good, so Like, okay. Support, support, support. Yeah, let's check the sectors for rotational evidence, right? You see if the Fed probability changed first as well. 87, no change there. Oh God, look at this. If only tech would pick up some steam today. Even these like minute candles are looking a little alarming. We're not getting any momentum here either. I think people have accepted their fate on this day. Come on, give us like a green rescue candle. Like, give us a green candle that does this and a green candle that does this. And then market just do whatever after that. I don't care. Give me one more trade. That'd be nice. This is interrupted the bullish momentum, so it'll be rare to break through that. But it doesn't mean that we can't get some play off of this and I can close this out even. Bubbles are for bath time. There you go. That sounds like a Stephen Kalajian saying. Candles are for birthday parties. Bubbles are for bath time. Love it. All right. Let's do a little. Did I get those likes to 1,000? Oh God, 630. Oh, I don't want to give away anything anyways. 1,300, 1,400 people in here, and we get 1 out of 3 people clicking the thumbs up. Thumbs up, baby. Thumbs up. Click it. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Thumbs up real quick. You get to 1,000. I'll trigger that giveaway. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Whoosh fan. It's the legend of Mirv. I don't know, man. It's not feeling it. Let me trim this down to 5. I'm not feeling it anymore. Honestly, I don't even feel it at all. I'm going to take the whole thing out. Let's call that. It's not a strong pivot to play from. I figured I was looking at this to kind of be a place. And if I miss out, then whatever, I don't care. I don't like the action. This action's looking really weird. This mystical, magical whoosh found. All right. What else do we got? See when somebody says, why'd you trade micros? I'm glad I traded micros. But we need some blind monkey action. How many times you got to click to get it straight to funded Tradeifys? Once we get 1750 viewers, we're getting close. We're getting like 1400. With this one, I'd be more eager to long on the upside of yellow right there. An S&P. So if we're back up to there, I'd love to jump along on that reclaim. But just above, like when you start rejecting this, it can be pretty big. So. Finally, that I sold. Now it's time to pump it, right? My 7 micros. I gotta cook a turkey today. Hold on. Big My Fund and Futures deal right now. Upgraded Pro, 50% off. Pro account users. For new users, $113. Existing users, 30% off. My Fund and Futures, huge deal. $50% off Pro accounts for new users, 30% off existing. Very cool. Until limited time offer. So maybe like today only. Today only. Sorry, just only today. Today only. Good. Flush it. See if I care. Is there any discount for core? Not right now, I don't think. Let me double check. Hold on. No. Only for Pro. Think we stabilize soon? Man, I hope so. All right, everybody, click that thumbs up button. We'll do giveaway at 1,000. That's the requirement. That's the flush candle that we're going to rally from. Let's go. It's going to pump now that I dumped, so we're good. 739. Let's go to 1,000, guys. Click, 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 click. You're always to give away like $1,000+ worth of stuff every day. For y'all. I love y'all. What's that promo they do for Christmas? Probably a pretty good one. Can you copy trade an MFFU? Yes, you can. Love that song. There we go. We need the good ones though. This was the winner of the contest. Market Please Don't Die Today. The songwriting contest. This is everybody's favorite. Checkmate bounce time. I hope so. That'd be nice. Get this just like, can we get that little like nice little green candle? This is fallen. I have this just drawn here to show the distance. It's only been 120 points. As is dropping, but it's still above zero. Dropping, yes. Above zero, yes. Though, remember, above zero is what we care about. Of concern. So hopefully, off of these arrows here. KCA is your favorite? I think KCA is probably my favorite. They're all, it's so hard to say, but that's the one I think these days is my favorite. It switches around a lot. We might hold here. It's starting to feel like this is the fight. And the fight does not seem bearish. But I'm not going to trade off a feel. Please don't turn these candles red. Look at gold. Wait, what's gold doing? God. Gold fell all the way to MHP today. Well, that's cool. There's a support in gold right there. Crazy. It's kind of in the middle of the range, so, you know, if it falls down inside of here, which really could happen, it's a long from there for sure, in my opinion. But there is no momentum here. Maybe a little dip coming here. Gold putting that big FU candle. Oh, yeah. Market, why you gotta suck today? I want to do this. Well, whoever said in chat today was going to big sell-off day, looks like they were right. Day is far from over. Yeah, exactly. I'm not any full risk here. I'm just like excited. I just played micros. That's at that peak of that move. I was just gonna take it easy. So that's pretty good. I'm very happy. Don't take a heavy long into strong resistance possibility, and we're sitting this yellow. I just like, let me just grab some micros in case it dips and keeps going. All right. Res is negative though, so this could be a flush. Could be a flush. Be careful on this. It was the low. It was just another wick.
Skipped a beat, formed a little hammer, looked kinda neat. No confirmation, no real bias, but I hit long. Now I'm red in the face. Storming was thin, tape was slow, but something inside said, bro, just go. 20 handles later, it dumped on me.
But I'd love to grab those A pluses down, and they're kind of nice. This is also a possible stab exactly here with some micros. Off of the opening price here at 680. Oh God, I can't liquidate it. Trading screen.
Support is fake. My will is thin, but this next one's gotta win. Right! Welcome to Knife Catchers Anonymous. Our dreams are bold, our risk preposterous. We fight the flow, ignore the signs, then cry in group when we cross the lines. Charts are red, my soul is too. Accounts in drawdown, deja vu.
Nasdaq positive res, S&P positive, Nasdaq negative, and see this is turning out to be a little kind of blah. But I think that even if we flush, I'm gonna get back on the long there. Question is, do I want to get in now and just wait for that? I could also just wait for that. Let's go ahead and just chill there. Twitter told me by the dip. Discord said volume's legit. I even saw divergence, bro. I swear. Has to be resilient while tanking is still positive. Let's get it. Why the hell not? What do I have to lose? Let's take it. Oh, I was playing a song for you guys. It's looking pretty good there.
Lost in a sea of data, probabilities collide, edge pressure weighing down, pulling in the tide.
That negative res, though, not good. We're gonna need something to happen here. My kind of fear of this one is that because of the negative res, we could flush to here. But because it's a negative res and positive res, I am trading it small as expected because S&P's is good, Nasdaq's is bad. This is very possible today. But I'm gonna take the small position from here. I like it. I don't dislike it. Does this song say endless erection? It probably does. That's probably what it's saying. Endless erection. It's the Blue Chew song. Yeah, we gotta always hide Blue Chew jokes in our songs. Most of Rocket Scooter is a combination of mathematics and penis pills. I'm serious. You'll find so many Blue Chew references in these songs. You do. They hide them in there. They're all the time. If y'all haven't heard the most famous of the Blue Chew references, I'll play it for y'all next. Refuse to change. Not bad for 50 points. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Y'all didn't hear the one? Okay, listen. This is the funny song. This is the one that Mike did. This is so funny. Listen to it. It's the perfect song. It like represents our community so well. Endless erection sounds very uncomfortable. Oh, hold on, wait. The context of this song is making fun of like trading gurus and streamers and stuff that are just like garbage traders or not transparent or whatever. So he's basically saying like, I watch Matt stream and it's awesome. I watch everyone else. Their shit sucks, kind of thing. Okay. They had to throw in a blood pressure joke. I would spark a blunt, but I got high BP. That's so well made. Blood pressure joke. This song is so great. It's so like the lyrics are so comically like perfect. Here's a blue chew. Hope the market flushes you because you're doo-doo. Oh, it's so good. And I like it because I was a huge punk fan all my life. It's like that early 90s punk sound. No Effects and Pennywise and yeah, this is Mike's song. Turn on your stream and got a whiff of taint. Might bet the house a price at DD. The white lines are... I call it the RBH trade might fuck around and make 10K. Because of the taint. Speaking of coming, iDoc's back. The song is like pure genius, dude. It's such a banger. It's so good. The taint was about Lance, right? About Lance doo-doo. Encore. So good, right? And then like the slow church like breakdown. Like this is what it's like at the end of the songs at church. When the pastor comes in, he's like, "All right, guys, yeah, let's go." You know what I'm saying? It's like a slow breakdown into calmness. It's like what a great end to a punk song, right? Who made this? Mike Hawks Small. That guy made it. He made it so that I say his name 100 times per stream. It's a really good one. You're what? Don't. It's just the way that it is. Mike Hawks Small. Yep. 950 millimeters. Actually, that's pretty damn big. That'd be huge. You never picked up on the name. Now you get it. Say it out loud. Yeah. Oh yeah. Mike Hawk Small. This is what it's like in the life of a streamer. Okay, it's such a good song. There's some more. We gotta play the 80s one. The 80s one's always a good one. We have a bunch of new ones. We're gonna do it like you guys can submit AI songs to the song submission channel. We do this contest a couple times a year. We'll do one probably right after the holidays, maybe. New Aston Martin tune-up. Oh, let's go. I'll play it next. So much caulk on the new fence. Well, this is not good. I was excited to see a little bounce there at open, but resilience is not reclaiming too much on NASDAQ. Come on, work our way back up. Work our way back up. No breaky, no breaky. Resilience is not doing so hot though on NASDAQ though. You got the few NASDAQ stocks dumping this crap again. S&P's still okay. S&P's all right enough for, hopefully. NASDAQ is negative 27. That's the problem. All right, I'm gonna be a wimp on that. Your DB12 is unlocked. Cool, the app like connects to the car, so I'm getting all kind of updates, diagnostic updates. Wow, let me check this out. It should rally now that I close, so you guys are fine. It tells me, oh, I can play a horn. It tells me one of my doors is open. I can honk the horn from here and scare the shit out of these guys. Protect? I don't know what that does. How much range I have until the door and the hood are open. Cool. It's got a location that tracks my car in real time. Damn, this is fancy. Oh, dude, so I don't even have to, like, turn on precise location. I guess cars have come a long way in the last 5 years. This is a cool app. What? You went all the way to pick him up? Buddy, I thought you were going to work out.
I did.
Buddy! Oh, buddy! 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 Why you smell like peanut butter?
Because I just fed him his medicine.
Buddy! Buddy! Buddy, big round!
Isn't he so fluffy?
Why are you so fluffy, dude?
I blue dried him actually after I showered him.
You blue dry him? Blue dried him?
Yeah, I blue dried him.
Is that the past tense of that word?
What is the past tense?
Blue dried?
Okay, what did I say?
No, that's what you said. That's what it's going to be.
Blue dried. I blue dried. That's right? Why does it sound weird?
Blue dried? She blued
Is it
him.
blow dry or blue dried? Like past tense of blow drying.
Probably blue dried.
Okay, so don't make fun of me if I'm correct.
100%.
Okay.
I think it's blue chewed. I'm not really sure about that though. There was some good intuition there, cutting out on that one. That trade didn't pay out either. All right, let's hit those lower A pluses though. That'd be the great place to trade from. Get those hedge pressures, monthlies. Bro, high five. High five, come on. And what do I say to get a high five?
It's slay.
Slay. Slay. Boy.
You don't know how to slay when he's in the air, when he's airborne.
What's up, man? Who's here? Your dad, your
My
mom?
mom and my dad.
What's up? Okay, cool. I'll come hang out with you guys after lunch.
Oh no, my dad's about to leave and I'm taking my mom to get her nails done. And me too. So we'll be on. Are you having your My Funded thing today?
Yes.
Okay. Oh my what?
Slay 6'7". This big.
Slay.
Does he know that trick yet? All right. Why is market being crazy? Can't we get some momentum? Now they're the bounce point is here. Let's get it. Resilience is tanking though, which is why on this red can I got in here, take the small bet. We kind of pulled back. I got out, so I didn't lose anything. I don't know, but we've got the A pluses down here, so I'm gonna wait for these guys. That'll be the good one. Oh no, one of these things are gonna hook up. I think this might be the one. Nasdaq looks bad. S&P still is okay despite the pulling back. S&P still is good. This is that pressure, so should I go for it? We have the Aston Martin song. Let's check it out. Man, Pickle like gnawed my face off earlier. He's been gone like all week. Oh, that's cool looking. Dude, I love it because I love the photo. That's sick. I like the intro, man. Watch the double fake out. Yeah, I know, right? Double fake out on this one. So the Whoosh fan is let me just delete this so I can actually be resumed in on the charts here. The This right here, A plus, A plus. Or actually, sorry, A plus, A minus. So blue is lost confluence, orange has confluence. When they're on the same side with orange, positive MHP is likely to hold. So this is probably pretty good. Now with negative res, this is resistance. This kind of reminds me of Waka Flocka Flame. Bow, bow, down, down, bow, down, 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 down. Shh. I like that. Yeah, I think this is good longs from here. Do I want to take the risk on this one? What's my stop on ES if I lose? Got like an 8-point gap. 500 per contract. 1,000 on 2. Show me that ass. Come on, give us that good long there. So I've got 2 contracts here, 2 contracts here, 1,000 if I'm wrong on the bottom of this, and then grab that. It's a silly day today. Let's recover by the end of the day. That'd be fantastic. Let's get that rally into close. Let's show this world how bullish this market is, baby. Come on, Wall Street. Or are we completely wrong about that outlook? Little sell the news, post news selling. But I take small attempts and I start to trade it slightly bigger as I get closer to the stronger pivots. Do I exploit micro gaps in the 1 minute? No. I don't trade on that small of a time frame. How come VIX is not increasing? Right, because it's not volatile. This is just some heavy rotation. VIX is going up a little bit relative, so it is increasing a little bit, but it's not like going through the roof because this market is still liquid on the way down. There are people still buying things. So rotation with a small amount of VIX rise is what you're seeing. So a little bit of selling imbalance offsetting some of this in rotation, but you're not rotating in fully. It's not like people, it's like somebody pulling out $1 million to sell to buy 800,000 of something else. So there's a little bit of leak out, a little bit of additional selling pressure, which is causing the VIX to go up. But there's still a lot of heavy rotation because VIX isn't going up that much. So you're really seeing just money shift from one thing to the other. You can look at which means at some point it's probably going to find some kind of base and just move quick. That's kind of what I'm betting on. Like hopefully we hit a spot and then you get to like the last 2 or 3 hours of the day run up, which would be nice. Which means I kind of want to aim for hedge pressures. I'm just trying to take a small stab here at this redistribution zone. But huge rotation, right? You can see this right here. Resilience is negative, so I'm very concerned about this possibly falling through. And with resilience being negative, it's like, okay, cool. I'm going to get that full gap fill all the way to here and get my A pluses so where I can actually really stab at this. That's a good song. I like it. All right, giveaway time, you guys. Am I muted? No, I'm not muted. 785. Dang, guys. Y'all really don't want free stuff anymore. I get it. Free stuff kind of sucks. Where is the bot? It is. S&P 3.1. Hang in there, S&P. There's that half gap support S&P. This is really kind of the area where if there is a move, it's here. So if there's any move, we got here. We can, if we flush, Nasdaq can hook. But if we flush, I'll be a little concerned about this. If there is a move, it's from here. From inside of here. Resilience is still hanging on to S&P. It's still decent enough. There's likely to be some fight here, as we've seen all morning. All right. Is this that moment? So currently right now with some of our prop partners, there's some giveaways sponsored by some of our prop partners today. ETF, My Fund of Futures, TPT, Apex. Apex. Fund and X. ETF having a holiday sale, 90% off their one-step and static. It's actually the easiest accounts of all the prop space compared to trailing drawdown, intraday, and end of the day. Static is a non-moving drawdown below your starting balance, which doesn't move, which gives you the fattest buffer, the quickest, usually fairly expensive, which is what statics are rare to find a good one. Theirs is probably best in class. Huge static for a very inexpensive price, especially at 90% off, and you only pay when you pass the activation fee. So 90% off, the evals are dirt cheap, which is kind of nice. And they also have an end of the day drawdown account. They have a 10K static for $40 as well, and they have an end of the day drawdown for 57, 10K balance, $57 value account. That's what we're gonna give away right now. One of those. I said the first prop firm I ever traded with and went live with, not a bad experience. Hold on, wait, click the 2 subs bot. Hold on. Did not click? Let me refresh. Sub X2, my bad. Thank you. Thank you. Bum, 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 bum. SP res at 9, which is decent. Denny Dud. Denny Dud. Denny doo-dooed. Denny dudded. I'm not saying that right. Danny doo-dooed. Did he doo-dooed? I think he did. Type something in chat to claim your prize, Denny. It's pronounced Denny doo-doo-dee. Doo-doo-dee-doo-doo-doo-doo. It sounds like the opening to a dubstep song. Doo-doo-dee-doo-doo-dee-doo-doo-dee. All right. Wasn't here. You are the winner. I cannot read or pronounce this. This looks like Japanese. Give it a try. Mike. Is it Chinese or Japanese? This made me think of Japanese. It's Chinese? Okay. Read that name? I don't know how to read it. Peter. He wasn't there to claim. Where's everybody at? It translates to ultimate loner? Really? Nautical novice. Third person here. Claim your prize. All right, like, is everybody here and then 5 minutes later everybody leaves? How am I reading the chat? What do you mean? I read it in YouTube. There we go. There we go. Knocking off there. Cool, cool, cool. Okay. Excellent. All right. 30 more likes on the stream and I'll trigger the next giveaway. Y'all are not getting 1,000. So I'm not doing like 10 or 15 anymore. I'm doing like 3 or 4. We get it to 1,000. I'll get back to doing 10 or 15 accounts like I've been doing. That's the rule. After this, so ETF, don't forget 90% off the statics in one step's pretty cool deal. Huge sale they're having. It's the cheapest static you can get. The biggest drawdown. It's 3 times bigger than Apex's for the price, which is really nice. All right. Up next, MyFitness Futures is 50% off the Pro for first-time users of the service. 30% off existing users on Pro. Remember, MyFitness Futures, love them to death. My favorite firm out there. Love them. Love everything about them. Love also talking shit. about how much they never do discounts because their prices are already so low. Damn cheapskates, just kidding. Prices are already always so low. Never do you get sales in My Fun and Futures that are worth anything. When I got an exclusive sale one time, it was 25% off. 10% off usually, now it's no percent off. Our code gives no percent off. So to have 50% off of the Pro, which is the big fat account, is their biggest discount they've ever had on Pro. And 30% if you're an existing customer is still bigger than the biggest exclusive discount I ever got. And that is today only flash sale My Fun and Futures. Type in MFF. I'll be right back. I'm going to go take a break, and then I'll be back for the giveaway. Don't go anywhere. Well, all right. Well, alrighty then. What'd y'all do to the market? I thought it was bearish and selling off. What the hell? All right. I thought this was market gonna crash today. That sounds like an Enter Shikari song. Oh, I love those guys. Victor. Let's give away some pro accounts today. Let's take out some of those to give away. Let me see how many I got there. Hold on. Sally Rodriguez. Oh wait, no, scale counts, scale accounts. EST Temptation. Not every candle is a call to arms. I like that. That's cool. S&P resilience was positive the whole way down. That's why I was ready to get in on it. Just at the 2 spot. It wasn't big enough. A small trade because the liquidity map position guidelines. It's only small at the open. So Abhinav, Papadi. We'll do, we get up to 1,000, I'll do more giveaways, especially later. Hit the thumbs up, y'all. That big if break fell all the way to support, and maybe this can support for the rest of the day. We'll see. 90 bid even. Wow. So yeah, it's asking. I'll take it. Why not? Let's just take some of that. Profit. All right, now I'm finally done. All right. I'm pretty cool with today. I'm not really doing much. These I started with micros and I took out and then I longed on those to get back up. So I pocketed everything. Thank God I got those up to green again. Big doggy. Now there's no reason I should be selling this, but I took a scalp. That's good. It could still rally from here. I'm not worried about it too much. If I miss out on something big, okay. Nasdaq resilience did not budge. S&P's got a little bit better, which is good. So that was good for a scalp. Without the full good looking confluence here, you know, like I said, got the wave, caught that ride, and then now it's in the middle, and now it's back to coin flip territory to see how the stocks turn out. NVIDIA is kind of the one that we really want to make sure we pay attention to. And again, it's right on the edge. So I'm okay with making almost 30 G's, so I'm good. That's what I'm saying. It's like even the market falling, and I was like, micros fail, minis did okay. And I'm back to where I started at the start of the day today, so which is good. Which is about 11,000 and some change. All right. One more person. And I said not be greedy, because these are like B+ setups, these open close trades. I try to get my scalp and kind of get out of the way, even though it can't support and keep rallying from here. I'm not really sure. After today's selling, I'm a little, I don't know. I feel like today's going to move pretty quick. Hopefully up. But we're going to need to see some momentum in the tech side. Oh my God, I'm so glad I closed that out. Financial freedom. Wide along the micros off of the no pivot either. So let me show you real quick. Hold on. Click this. Right. I didn't have any pivot to trade off of. Here, I was betting just on the same momentum that we would ride. Usually off of these green lines, you'll get like kind of like a bounce and then a stronger bounce, and I try to take a trade there. Then it fell there. I just added to it just to try to bet that we supported this previous high as support. So like this is where we first broke through and supported. I was betting that we were still going to support there, which is usually what you'll see in a strong bull market. Now, and then even though, because it's way up at the top near the resistance point, I did. And S&P also had yellow line here. So I was also betting that yellow line was just overshooting and was going to hold, which is about there. Micros. Got out of the way. Chill. Micros. Get out of the way. Wait. Hit it with the minis at half gap. Even though Nasdaq resilience is negative, S&P is positive. I always side with the S&P in that mode. I don't ever let negative Nasdaq scare me out of wanting in the market, because S&P is stronger. All right, so the 5 winners of that and the 6 winners total ETF. Make sure you guys go in there and go to my Discord, go to the contest channel, talk to an admin named Slacks, send him a message, the picture of your screenshot of your YouTube ID. Truly a coin flip from here, and I'd be willing to bet to the long side if you gave me the opportunity, because VIX is back to not going higher, and volatility doesn't just usually just spontaneously erupt. Should I risk it in one? In one account. Nah. Anyways, talk to Slacks, send that screenshot. You have an hour to claim your prize. You forfeit, and he'll let you know how to get the information. Or he'll get you the information on how to get your accounts. Congrats to the winners. That VVIX has kind of been chilling, right? It's going up a little bit, but no, it's still down below. It's still in the 90s, which is good. Low VVIX means that the VIX climb potential is small. And VIX in decay and this solidifying here, this is probably good for the perpetual rally. With VIX just dumping like this, people are okay with this. I am kind of willing to maybe try this again with no volatility. VIX is dumping with small VVIX, which just basically means the VIX is locked in. It's going to take a lot to turn this market around. It's too liquid to crash. That's my thought. And whether we just, end of the day, whoop, is very possible by the end of the day. I kind of don't want to not be in on it. Let's be real. One contract runner. SP resilience is getting better. This bounce, it was 3. This bounce-ish at 7. So if we touch it again, it's greater than 7. I'll hit it again. We look at the relative strength of resilience next to itself at the same pivot. So if we're hitting the open and open supported here, with it being at 5, if we hit it again with it being at 8, there's more stocks on that side of the redistribution zone. The support gets stronger. So resilience can actually gauge your support strength on the subsequent bounces. Big's gonna randomly pop like yesterday? Possibly. Reverse off of NVIDIA, rejected MHP. Yeah, that's it. Like we were sitting there staring at NVIDIA today. And NVIDIA opened above it. And remember, 90% of days hopefully get above it. So can NVIDIA pick up some steam? How come nobody wants to buy this stock? Somebody go out there and buy 1 million shares of this thing for me, please. I will thank you. Like, why is NVIDIA so toxic right now? Come on, end of the day, rally on NVIDIA. Let's get it. Let's see it. Market is so scared of tech. BMX, MTV, NoFX, LFG. Reminds me of that song. Oh yeah, we didn't start the fire. That is funny. Einstein, James Dean, Brooklyn's got a winning team, Davy Crockett, Peter Pan, Elvis Presley, Disneyland. There's some AI lyrics if you ever heard some. BMX, MTV, NoFX, LFG, we didn't start the fire. The box is called the redistribution zone. It's the place, it's the space between the open and the close. I tried the long second time. With stronger resilience at the bounce. It's the space between today's open and yesterday's close. With the first bounce steer that rallied to there, with it at a 5, now we're there again. It's at a 7. You have more stocks that have moved, even though it looks like it's trying to sell off. I still always use resilience as now it's actually kind of stronger at this point. And I'll take the long one more time. One more time. Although Nasdaq is looking like absolute dog shit right now. Like, either people just want this market to be bearish so bad or what? Yeah, and that is what I'm watching, so I'm going to give it like a couple minutes just to hang out on it. Make sure it doesn't die. Now it actually did get worse. So yeah, we're on point with this. It is getting slightly worse. We're losing some big stocks. And find out which stocks they are. Trick is, go to the scanner. Add every stock by clicking the liquidity map current. Click them all. And then you can search for distance to half gap. And then find out which ones are on the edge. So we're gonna scroll down to find out which of the big dogs are here. Tesla. It's Tesla on the edge here. So then you can go to Tesla and go and look at it and say, okay, that drop is probably Tesla losing MHP. Boom, there it is. You can see that. So I'm losing half gap. So being so sensitive at the middle, that's why it dropped a little bit, because Tesla dropped through the middle. So you can do this to find out which stocks are the ones that are on the edge. Just like look for the big ones. Probably somebody said Apple as well. No, not Apple. You need to see the cross between that dotted line barrier. That's really what you care to see. So Tesla lost some steam here. What does Tesla look like for the day? So watch, like if Tesla pops back above, watch how sensitive resilience is to just the middle, right? Keep an eye on it. That's no fun. You're saying for MHP? Yeah. Ooh, we're gonna play some golf tomorrow. December 5th. Ooh. What time you want to go? Yes. Sunday. Cool. Oh, Tesla. We need something. We need something. The 100K account is at 129,000. Yeah. So since I started trading it fully 2 weeks ago, I've made $35,000 in 2 weeks. Because it was when I stopped the random challenge, it was down 5,000. So once I started trading it just straight up, it's up 35,000 from that point. You wishing golf year round? Oh yeah. I haven't started playing Arc Raiders yet, but everybody here plays it, man. And I've been trying to get in on it. I've not downloaded it yet. I need to go get it. Somebody said I shan't take financial advice from an unlicensed YouTuber. End your stream now. I'll report you. Let me teach you the law. Number 1, read a fucking book. Number 2 is you can give unlicensed financial advice to millions of people without a penalty. If I accept money from you, then there's a penalty. And only if I give financial advice to more than 15 people and a rolling 1-year average and accept money from them, then it's a violation. I could actually take money from people and give financial advice to 13 people and still be okay. Read a fucking book. There's that pesky First Amendment that says as long as it's free and I'm in public, I can say whatever the fuck I want. Kind of sucks. I know. But I still don't take the liability. The reason I don't give financial advice, because I don't want to take the liability of you guys blaming me for your trades. But legality speaking, you can give unlicensed financial advice to everybody at the water cooler at work all you want without a slap on the wrist. But it's your fault when I win. So realistically, if you're unlicensed, you shouldn't get financial advice, but you can have opinions all day long, and as long as you're not accepting money for it, there's what are they going to find? They can't find you. You didn't disengorge somebody by posing as a financial advisor because you didn't take any money from them. I shan't report you. He's going to report me to the YouTube police. This guy has opinions on the stock market. He likes the stock. How dare him? Maybe one of the 13. I do not give financial advice, and I still say that I don't. People ask. That way it's very clear that your trades and your losses are your fault. Let's play some golf on Sunday. I'm excited about that. Let's see, Sunday, what time? Okay, morning time, so that's not so crazy. $44 for a 9-hole. What do you think? I made of money over here? It's a blatant ripoff. Now that's somebody needs to report that. That's robbery. That's a crime. $44 for a par 3. So you know how much you keep in going live with Funded Next? It's not written exactly how much you get to keep. It's subjective. Pre-market session, Nathaniel. If you come to my boot camp, I talk about the overnight trade every day at boot camp. So like 2 days ago, I said I'm not making any trade. Last night, I said I'm longing right out the open. And so I longed 10 contracts NASDAQ on one account, 8 contracts NASDAQ on another account, right out the door. They're going to see me pull up in the RAV4 and not let me play. Exactly. New challenge, take a single account, 5,000, how to build it. I already talked about that earlier. Not going to do it. I already did it before, and it's a waste of time. It did very well, but it's just tremendous amount of work for like no return on like, I mean, I turned 6,700 into 95,000 on stream in like a 9-month period. And as educational as it was like, I'm gonna do this one time and do it. It's a lot of it was a beautiful, you know, challenge. But these days I'm kind of gonna focus on trying to make as much as I can. It was a good challenge though. You got the email today, Ryan? Oh, shoot. So I'm not sure how much that they'll withhold when you go to live, but you're an unlicensed golf pro. I don't know. Have you given lessons to 15 people yet? Because, you know, we don't want to be out of compliance here. Do challenge, start the red paperclip and trade it up so you get to a house. Heck yeah. I like that idea. Do 100K to $1 million. Yeah, I mean, that's probably what I'm doing. I'm trading this 100K to something. Do I read startup decks for new businesses as an investor? I do, yeah. So if you have a good idea in a pitch deck, I mean, I don't publicly say that because I can get pitched so many different things. But those of you guys in here, I'm more than willing to listen to your ideas. I do some angel investing. It's part of my income streams that I talk about. Your wife sells a course on golf. Is she any good? Yeah, so Ryan, when you get considered for live, I'm not really sure because I haven't gone live with them yet. I'm not really sure what the cutoff is or how much they take and how much they give you. Let me know though, because I'm curious myself. All of my investment projects have been successful, by the way. I haven't done an angel investment into anything that's flopped yet. Everything's generated a return. So I've been very good. I've been very lucky And that's always a coin flip. No matter how good the idea is, I've just been very lucky to find the right people. But I will on occasion, like I will take on a project. Like right now, my most current project is a friend of mine this year is opening a new club idea, and I'm going to invest in that. And that's going to be my first loss. I'm absolutely sure of it because clubs don't normally make money. But this is a decision because I want to do something cool instead, and I believe in my friend. I'd like to help him continue to build his career, even if it's at a loss to me. I can walk around as a club owner for a year or two, and that'll be fun. I consider it, you know, just doing it for fun. But I know my friend is really, really talented. Like, and in 10 years, he's going to be like a club restaurant mogul. I know it. And so I was like, whatever you do, I was like, tell me your next project. I'd love to back it, or at least be an investor for it. He's like, it's really cool of you. And he's like, there's a couple ideas I have. And club, and he's like, you know, the risks. He's like, you know, you might, you know, trying to get a return in 1 to 2 years, if possible. It's not always possible. And you're not going to be, you know, and I'm like, no, I was like, I know how the business is, you know. I would go into this knowing it might fail too until you get on that right concept. But man, it'd be a fun ride for a couple years. Yeah, we haven't designed anything yet, but yeah, like sitting in the VIP lounge, just like walk in and like you own the place. That'd be a fun, you know, help somebody to continue to develop their skill set and learn from their mistakes and grow and stuff. But then also be like walking up like the owner, you know, and skip the line and be like, yeah, I own the place. So I consider that, you know, investing in a person. That'll probably be my first loss, I'm sure, because it's a very risky business and I don't know much about it. But it'd be also me getting a flavor of the business. If it turns out to be successful, then hey, that's cool. But also it'll teach me more about something I don't know anything about. It'd be kind of cool. Am I playing a position now? Yeah, I grabbed a small long position here. Betting that we hold this area. White resilience number being positive means that we have support here, which is good. Maybe Tesla took a bump off a half gap. Tesla's, yeah, it's trying to. Tesla's fighting there. So we'll see. But man, I don't know. This is kind of shitty and heartbreaking. Do you solid order a Greenberg turkey for Christmas? Wait, why? Do you own Greenberg turkey? Is that why you were asking me about it, or you just think it's that good and you're like repping it? Is that your company? Oh, you just love it? Oh, well, I was like, if it's your company, I'll order 10 of them, dude. Like, I'll order one for everybody. That's the case. Okay, just one for myself. I've never had one, so I'll order one for Christmas then. There is zero loss to strip club business, especially in Houston. Yeah, so if you guys know Rick's CEO, he's on Twitter. I actually was on a Twitter space with him one time, and I befriended the guy, the one that owns Rick's Cabaret and like the Bombshells and all of those. He's like the strip club mogul of Houston. Very sharp businessman, dude. That guy is swimming in money, man. I like talked to him a lot over Twitter early on when I met him, and just was like plugging in for info about how structuring businesses and stuff in that space, and I learned a whole lot talking to that guy. It's a very strong business in Houston. You're more confident since the boot camp? Awesome, brother. Have you ever eaten at Trulux? I do like Trulux. It's really good. Trulux is like a seafood place over east of the Galleria. It's really nice. I like it. It used to be one of my favorites to go to. Like, because it's a classic establishment. It's been here for a while. Now there's a whole lot of restaurants. I don't really make my way out there that much, but. So you guys love the Greenberg turkey. All right, like apparently that's a thing. I got to do it. But I am kind of excited to, jump in on the kind of like restaurant lounge club sort of scene and see if it sticks. I've worked in the restaurant industry before when I was in college. It's not the same, but I managed a Domino's Pizza as my college job. So I got maybe like 3 years of restaurant experience and 2 years from the management side. Oh, and I waited tables for probably a couple years too. So have some experience in food service, not anything in hospitality. So I wouldn't know anything about running a club or running a bar. But I did run a Domino's, so I understand how to manage inventory. Like, I don't know if that translates, but that'd be fun. Do I have any investments in oil and gas? I don't, actually. The reason I don't, because I don't believe it's a growth industry. And I know that sounds like very doom and gloom. It's always good to have oil assets. They're good. I'm in the permanent belief that oil is in a permanent decline to the $40 range permanently. There's no... As alternative energy is starting to grow and everything, the oil cartel is losing its power. As NOPEC and other producers can now enter the scene and oil prices becoming cheaper and cheaper with less demand. Demand growth is slowing to like record lows. Demand growth, not demand, but demand growth. So, and the Saudis trying to get out of the oil business by selling Aramco. Something on my teeth. It's just a testament of how they see the same thing. It'd be a good place to be for like consistent, but it's not like there's an explosion for oil. Perfect. What is... All right, tea time's booked. Good. What else? What else was I trying to do? I was trying to do something really quick. What was it? That's what I need to be doing, MyFunded TV. All right, guys, I got to get out of here. It's time for MyFunded TV. Thank you, mods. Can you drop the link in there for me? Great trading day today. It's been really fun. But I got to go. Head over to MyFunded TV. Click this link and head on over there. You guys can
dropping the links.
You guys can hang out with us over there. We'll see y'all later.
Market sharp.
and see what they. I gave you the link to it. Hold on. All right, hold on. Let me start the thing here. What's up? What's up, guys? Welcome back on the stream. I got a buddy of mine on the phone. So he traded with TradeSyncer today, and he has a question. You guys can help us out. Do you ever have issues using TradeSyncer, guys, whenever you put all your stuff together and it goes through your stops, but your stops don't fill? He's curious if there's a better trade copier out there. If there's something better, or y'all have issue with TradeSyncer like that. So let's see what people have to say. Livid. Yeah, so he's trading NASDAQ and NASDAQ flushed through the stop and didn't trigger the stop. Dang. Yeah. So, damn, dude. So people are saying affordable indicator, Tradecopia. Tradecopia is one that Brian wrote, right? So Tradecopia is good. Anybody? Okay, so you guys, what are your favorite trade copiers out there? Affordable indicators is good, somebody said. Okay. Yeah. Tradecopia works well for you. So Tradecopia, C-O-P-I-A. That's Replicanto, some people said. Replicanto. Affordable indicators. So, yeah, so which one has the least amount of lag, guys? My buddy's like super busy all the time. He got a trade copy. He's a doctor. He ain't sitting there staring at this all day like we are. These are the shortcut. What do we got? What's your favorite ones out there? The least amount of lag that goes through this volatility with NASDAQ that doesn't trigger stops, and Revocano are the leaders, you think? Affordable indicator uses Ninja Trade. Are you using Ninja or are you using Tradeovate? What platform are you trading with? Tradeovate. Okay. We got a lot of votes for affordable indicator and Replicanto. Replicanto. Yeah, so a lot of people are saying that. Yeah, I think that's through Ninja Trader. Yeah. That's the worst feeling in the world. Let's see. Today, 12, and these are all funded accounts, but let's see, like maybe 30 grand something today. No, I'm known to be the one person that doesn't copy trades because I hate the liabilities of that happening. That's the reason I don't do it. And also, if I copy trades, I take too much risk in one place, and then I don't get the you can blow it all up at once. I like to spread it out, like trade some accounts here, and then some accounts lower, and some accounts lower. Yeah, I was like, one of them I did 10 and one of them I did 8. So, yeah. Yeah. Well, these accounts that I'm doing right now, they're accounts with a firm called Funded Next. And Funded Next, each of the accounts has like close to 100,000 plus in buffer profit, so there's no drawdown on it. So, like Apex has that trailing drawdown, but these are way past the buffer, so they have the full amount of drawdown. So I can hold a lot of loss in those accounts. Well, no, my buddy's also watching the stream, so he's got trading questions. So we're just hanging out with you guys. Sorry about that. They're asking like, why are you on the phone? I think the ones that I got for Funded Next end of the day drawdown was when I first started, I think 3,000. And then I just built the buffer up. So this is Funded Next. Yeah. You can do, with those guys, up to, when funded, up to $300,000 worth of their account. So like 3 of the 100s, or 6 of the 50s, or 12 of the 25s. Yeah. They don't let you do like a dozen accounts. But that's the reason I do those is because they have this like them and my funded futures both have these like really big accounts that you can build buffers in like that. That don't have their end of the day drawdown instead of trailing intraday drawdown. So a little bit easier. Yeah, try. I would say that like maybe Replicano, give that one a shot, see if you like it. Yeah, but well, let's hang out so we can do something, man. If you're around, cool, dude. All right. I figured I was like, you guys will know the question better than me because I don't use trade copiers, and so his story. It's a buddy of mine is a doctor, and he is trading Apex, and so Replicano, I mean, trade copy, trade sinker, sorry, completely fucked over his guys. He never did it before. He had 20 funded accounts, so he had got all his accounts funded and decided he wanted to like simplify it so that it could be, you know, easier to manage. So he used it to just sync up the accounts, and some movement triggered past where his stop was set. He did everything right, and then it said it started getting error messages, and then he went to look at it, and it didn't stop him out at his stop, and it like desynced or something, and then all of a sudden it didn't like the stop that was set, it didn't trigger it. So he was like, did I do something wrong? Like, how'd it go? But I think this cloud-based stuff could have that happen. Why not group and Tradevate? Yeah, you can also group and Tradevate. It has its own kind of weaknesses too. That's Apex. Is that Apex in general? I am rich. Okay, I'll have to listen to the song a little bit. Did that happen to you too? I feel like that sometimes these trade copiers like can just glitch out. Like if you have a stop, and it's just so many different levels to these things. Like you have this you have the platform. Yeah, first you have the prop, which is a mirror of the real market. Then you have the platform, which is talking to the prop, and then you have the copier that's talking to the platform. And so any one of those links in that chain could break. Yeah. There's no live, yeah. You don't have any issues with the Quant Tower? So is Trade Syncer bad? I don't know. I think that any of these programs have a chance to be bad. Like it blips at the wrong time, and then because they're like cloud based and everything, and you know, whoever Victor says, whoever has never won here in the chat, type rigged, capital letters. Let's see how rigged our contests are. Rigged, Victor, shut the fuck up. You won this morning. You won. Farina, you got an account too for being a mod. You didn't win it, but Ali. Oh hey, I saw your text, Ali. What's up, man? What's going on, dude? Rigged, you only won 2 times. That's rigged. Yeah, I rig everybody to only win 2 times max, and that's the real answer. All right, so are we gonna get this lovely blast off day today? Look, resilience is looking so nice for you. Pop back lower. Can Nvidia get that big steam today? I mean, this is what it really is. Like we're just sort of trapped and sitting here at the low, below this 182.5 hedge pressure level. This guy moving higher, man, that'd be fantastic. Oh, my bad. Let me... No picture of this here really quick. I'm actively in 1 trade of my 4 funded next accounts. Just 1 account. This one right here. 4 NASDAQ. This one 2 S&P. And I'm just like, let's see what we get by the end of the day. That's my thought here. Like, can we just sort of build up that momentum and then maybe Nvidia gets a rally in the last hour? Who knows? I go make a turkey in a little bit. Let me see what I gotta do. Oh, let me find out about my car here real quick. You have limit orders? He had stop orders that didn't get filled. Let me hold on real quick. I got the PPF put on my car today, so I'm wondering, they should be able to finish that in one day. That doesn't take more than a day to do that. You can get my car in a little bit. Missed stops are sometimes a blessing. They are, unless the account goes to your trailing limit and then you bust it. Then it's not a blessing. It missed your stop and goes directly to the blow up. Like, that kind of sucks. Come on. We're going to have like middle of the day sort of boringness. End of the day rocket. Can we get that end of the day rocket? Like this right here. Can we get that end of the day rocket? Or are we doomed for death? Slow, painful death. Or fast, swift death. Oi. You'd settle for end of the day scooter. That's really what I would settle for too. Well, guys, I'm probably gonna not do too much this afternoon. We'll do a little tiny giveaway for y'all before I run out of here. The Chigo mascot. Oh, that's it. That was a picture of the chicken. All right. Rally, 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 rally. Okay, we'll do my Fun and Futures giveaway for you guys. No, not Fun and Futures. No, not my Fun and Futures. Not my Fun and Futures. I'm gonna fund it next today. Funded next today, baby. That's what we got. Rally, 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 rally. Can we get that push to highs? We're getting another heartbreak. I'm hungry. I need some lunch. Type in Fun Next in chat, guys. That Rocket Scooter Burr song. We haven't played that one in a while. If your friend used Trade Evade, the at the money needs to be off, and each account needs to have its own stop loss in each one. Let me. That's him. The one that touch the tip one? I haven't seen that. All right. Y'all ready? Hedge pressure resilience. I'm gonna start cooking the turkey at 4. 3. I beat him by 7. 16-pound bird will take 3 hours. Or less. Josie French, congrats. You know, 50K, 25K rapid accounts with Fun Next. These are the quickest path to pay out with any prop firm. 4 days to pay out, which is great. You have to type in Fun Next to get your name in there. Does typing it still make a difference? You have to. You have to type it for your name to be on the list. That's how the bot knows you entered the contest. It reads chat. Hedge pressure resilience. Oh, we have some new songs. Rich made one.
I've been living every day, winning in a day trade paradise. I've been living every day, winning even in a day trade paradise. Charts keep showing me the way.
Cypher Flow 1.
This is my day trade paradise. Before the scooter hit the scene, before the liquidity map, I was an OG trader, hustler, never fell for the trap. Pure risk internal, no indicators on deck. Just me, my mama mouse, and the market to wreck. A 10x crisis trade when the world froze up. Taking feels in the dark when the volume dried up. I was running CL clean, man, before the storm cracked. I switched to equities before HP, before resilience got tracked. No DD bands.
Yeah, type something in chat to claim your prize.
Just raw instant carving out my day trade paradise. Winning in a day trade paradise. Charts keep showing me the way. Here in my day trade. This is my day trade paradise.
Play the new song. Okay. Call. It's after the chicken bird. All right. All right. That's heartbreaking. Nick Ward. Ooh, resilience just popped. Resilience just bumped on a dip. Do I? Can I add to this? Nasdaq resilience positive too. What the heck? Fuck it, let's add to it. One more. This could be a good decision. This could be a dumb position. Dumb decision. Resilience just took a bump. What was it? Look at this, guys. All right, I'm gonna cross my fingers. Hopefully this sticks. Hang in there, baby. Hang in there. Med check. Look at this, guys. This is promising. Promising. Give us a good promise. We like promises here. I'm adding to it. I'm being crazy. All right, congrats to the winners. You guys all have fun to next. Rapid accounts. Go to YouTube. Sorry, take a screenshot of your YouTube ID. Go to my Discord, links in the description below. Go to the contest channel in that Discord. Talk to an admin named Slacks. Send Slacks a message. That screenshot of your YouTube ID. Let them know that you won the account. Have an account with Funded Next already on their website. Let them know the email of that account will give you instructions on how to claim your prize. You have an hour to send that message to him, or you forfeit your prize winners. Congratulations. I like the caw or birds of war. Caw. Why do you guys look like chickens? We're not chickens, we're birds of war. All right. Nice little bump on resilience there. That's good. It doesn't mean we're going to rally, but it does mean that this support just became stronger. And Nasik finally started playing ball for the first time since here. Watch me get a flush candle first. Flush and rip. Oops. Yeah, my stop will still be down there. The resilience got a little bump, so I'm curious. I'm gonna keep going. You guys have a nice weekend. Y'all are getting out here? All right. Any tips on how to pass Tradeify? Honestly, the way that I did it, it's not for everybody, but I forgot about consistency and I played them as hard as I could. Like the max position size it would let me do, I would do on my normal trades, which is more than I would ever do. The idea is I would blow up more at the start, but then once I built a buffer for the 9,000 target, I got 25,000 profit before I even took my first payout. So what that did was that let me get to speed first, and I had a lot of buffer. And then after I took the first payout, then I only had to make 4,000 each time with the 25,000 buffer on it. So that way I didn't blow up after payout 2 to 6 or whatever I got to 7. And then the first payout took longer. So that you didn't feel like you're just like dragging along the whole way. That's how I did it. That's not how everybody does it. But my idea was not to take it slow, then pay out, then slow, then pay out. It was like slow, 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 slow. Then have enough buffer to never blow up again, hopefully. And that's a different way to trade against consistency. The strategy is to permanently blow your consistency the very first payout. That way, instead of payout 2, you have to make $4,500 with a $6,000 buffer. You're very close to blowing up. Instead, you can make $4,500 with a $25,000 buffer or whatever. So I was like, I'm going to give myself a massive buffer. I was going for like 5K days on those Tradeify accounts the very first time. And then towards the end, some of the accounts had, you know, how many was I trading at the time? 5, right? I have 5 Tradeify. And I have like 50 plus K buffer in all of them. And here I am making $600 a day with the 50K buffer. So I was in the 150Ks. How to come back from $80 a drawdown? That's not that bad. $8 is not that bad. Build a big buffer, and then, you know, your first payout takes longer and you will blow up a lot more at the start because you're taking bigger risk. But once you pass, the idea is that it's designed to blow you up systematically a lot. So the idea is if you normally blow up this much at the end of your journey, if you put all your blowups at the front, you're going to blow up a lot very quickly and then very little as the days go by. Hopefully that's the hope. Now the goal is, why would you choose one or the other? And the goal would be cost savings and a more aggressive trading strategy, because you have more drawdown you can take. With Tradeify, they'll allow you to take tons of drawdown on those accounts. So, unless the rules have changed. So imagine you're in the wrong trade, you don't blow up, and then you just make it back the next day. But again, if you take a huge loss, you can't make it all back the next day because that will shoot your consistency all over again. So if you have a big loss, you still have to step back at your normal consistency. Like if you're trying to make, I forgot they changed their rules now. It used to be 20%. I think it's 25 now on second payout. But imagine you lose $9,000 into your buffer, and then the very next day you're going to trade. You need to return to that 0 point. You need to make $4,500 at 20% drawdown. You can only make $900 a day, so it'll take you 10 days just to break even. But with that strategy, you're not having to buy another account after a loss like that. So with that strategy is that, while it may take you longer to get your payouts, I started in March. I went live in November. So it took me that long to get 80,000 in payouts and go live. Some people do it completely different, and then they take that gamble and copy trade and go live in a month. But it didn't cost me as much as it cost most people doing that strategy. And it gave me a little leniency on the back end to be able to take some pretty big risks and dig into some positions just to work out of them. It's 20% lightning, right? Still, yeah. But that's a particular mathematical strategy designed to hopefully save money and give you an easier trading on the back end by making the front end purposefully harder. Get the hard stuff out of the way, and then you can coast a little bit better. Is Prop Shop Trader any good? I don't hear good things. I don't know. I've never used them. I don't know. In this chat, people have said some things that, like, kind of like red flags. I don't know particularly what they were, but I just on top of my head, it sounds like people were saying there's some issues with it. The last few months have been relatively the hardest in the past few years. Yes, I would say that as far as price action goes, the last few months have been kind of the hardest. We knew the market was crashing out and selling out when Trump was doing the tariff stuff. This kind of had no warning sign, and you don't get a lot of stuff to kind of indicate when it was over. So this is probably some of the most difficult trading that we've seen in a while. It wasn't as severe as the fall in March, but March was a little more straightforward, I feel. This was like, you know, a little more random, like working its way lower and big ups and big downs. I would say this is probably one of the toughest periods we've had since the bottom of the market in October of 2022. I'll agree with you there. All right. Are you guys liking the new Tradeify accounts? Just curious. And with that being said, I think I'm going to get out of here. Start prepping for Friendsgiving tonight. I was going to hang out for a little bit. I got a stop set if this falls below the open. Sorry, the close yesterday. I'm positive res. If res goes negative, I'll just pile out of here. Other than that, I'm hoping that we get a nice strong close. But we'll see. Y'all have a great weekend. We'll see y'all on Monday. No boot camp today.